I'm just sitting down. Today's a good day. How's it going, everybody? Hope you're all doing well. I can't see the names in chat yet because I am unprepared for stream. Oh, I was looking at the wrong program. Okay. I can see some chat now. Hey, Fopew, no Meta World Peace, Strum Eagle, hello, long time-ish no see. Actually, it hasn't been that long. It was a long time, then you were here, and now you're here again. Hello. Hope you're well. How goes the weekend for everybody? All right, I'm gonna detail this today. I am not gonna do the usual thumbnailing. My plan, so this was the thumbnail last stream. Then we worked on it for a stream, and it turned into this. Also, I have a face cam somewhere. But it is... Here, let me... One moment. There I am. My hair is being weird. Okay, there we go. Let's see. This can be paused. That can go like that. This can go like that. I have strep throat right now. Oh no, that sucks. Okay, I don't know anything about strep throat. How do you get strep throat? Is it just like a progression of a sore throat when you're sick? Or it, because I know it's like super contagious, isn't it? Like more like strep throat itself is super contagious, isn't it? So I never understood how strep throat works. I just know that it sucks. And I'm sorry to hear you have it. But yeah. Alright, I hope you have a quick recovery. I don't know why I smiled when I said that. Like, yay, strep throat. But no, that does... I don't know. I've had strep throat before. It is no fun. At least I think it was contagious. I don't know. But yeah, today's going to be very chill. I'm actually... So we had talked about... Because this is going to be... I'm going to try and turn this into a puzzle. We had actually talked about making... Like, just putting this up to the Jigsaw puzzle site. Which I might do that right now. Even though it's unfinished, it would be... I mean... Is that kind of dumb to do it unfinished? Just to see as, like, a test how... I don't know, because I want to figure out how it would work. Like... Is it, you know, obviously right now, like, this section is one color, you know, and I want more of a gradient so that we can actually do it. Let's see. Isn't there a way for custom? New puzzle. Choose file. Hold on. Okay, I'm going to do this. I'm going to save this as a JPEG and put, like, unfinished puzzle. Okay. Unfinished puzzle. Let me just copy the URL. Or not the URL, but the you know what I mean. That. How many pieces? I don't know, 300. That sounds like a good amount. Okay, I don't know. I'm just gonna try this thing. Hold on, I'm making a puzzle. I don't know if this is a good idea or not. I don't know if it becomes public. Turned out great. So it's not done yet. This is not done. I'm actually gonna... This is far, far from finished. Okay, see, just from the start... So, here, let me put this on screen. I'll link this, by the way. Just from the start, you can already see... Well, hold on. I'm not sharing my screen. Where did it go? I had it. Oh, here it is. Just from this, you can see the colors there are not... Like, there's some orange, but there's not much, and it's mostly green. So here's the link. I think you guys can help solve the puzzle. The site is a little sketchy because if you go to do puzzles on your own, there's just like tons of garbage AI images. But anyway, this is for a test. I'll put in one piece. Anyway, there we go. I've put in a piece. My plan is not actually to do this puzzle on stream, but I just want to get a feel for like how annoying our like size relative size differences of each part. If that makes any sense. What's the longest I can put it up here for? 59 minutes. 20 minutes apparently. Can I really only pin something for 20 minutes? Okay, well that's not fun. But anyway, there's a thing. I'll just put that onto the side. I'm not actually going to do it right now, but yeah, it's primarily blue and green. My goal, though, is to make it so that... Here, maybe I can show you guys here. My goal is... And it will probably be primarily blue and green. But my goal will be that, like, within each piece, there will be, like, a pattern or texture that'll distinguish where it is. So, like, if it's a green piece... okay. If it's a green piece, let's say, and it has a certain, like, swirl pattern on it, which you can't really tell on this one, but maybe there would be a swirl pattern, then you'd be like, oh, it's different than this. But right now it's hard, right? Because they're all like, I don't feel like the scale of the image is big enough, even at a 300 piece puzzle size, right? The scale of the image isn't big enough for you to know that, like, see, and also, like, the lines will need to be a lot more crisp, right? So there's definitely, I think, a lot more definition of detail. Obviously, detail is going to be important, right? It's not a news to me. It's pretty obvious, but, yeah. So that's something I'm going to have to look at. Because, like, some of the pieces I think are okay, like this. You can see, like, my little paint stroke making a what do you call it? Like a shape. Where, like, you could probably see that these two would maybe go together. Maybe they don't. Maybe these go together. See, even that's hard. I feel like you should be able to see some. But anyway. That'll be a good test for me. Obviously, those... I'm just going to move those off. And we can, yeah, if anybody wants to work on that, they can. They don't have to. Obviously, this is more of a test than an actual puzzle. But let's do... some details. We're gonna zoom in. We're gonna do lots of little I don't know, lots of little stuff. I do want to find some references though. But yeah, Fopew, how are you doing today? Okay, I'm gonna type in images pavilions. Canvas pavilion. Yeah, little canvas pavilions. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. This'll be fun. Hold on, I've got some references. Look at this. Look at that. That'll be a reference. I'm not gonna make them this shape, but I like the overlapping shapes and the details. That kind of thing will be fun. Obviously, some stuff like this. We've got some of these tent things. These are all square, but that's fine. I like all the hangy-downy stuff. That's fun. That is fun. Lots of different ideas. All these, like, colorful streamers things. Ooh, like, this is kind of how this one is. Hard to see, but... yeah, there. Just got a bunch of little different tents, and this will give me some ideas. I like all the tassel-y hangy-down stuff. That's gonna be good. I mean, I kind of put some of them in there, but... yeah, that'll be a fun thing to detail. And then also... you're doing fine so far, thanks. That's good. What else? What else? I think... let's find different types of flowers. At least, like, 2 distinct type of flowers. Pink flowers? Images. I'm just looking for some flower shapes that are kind of clear from a distance. Maybe some standard flowers that look like that, and then also some sheep. Sorry, doing my reference looking off screen, which is not the most exciting stream content. At least, yeah. It could probably be worse, though. Definitely gonna want some sheep references. Although I wonder how. I guess I'll have to play around with it. I'll have to play around with my sheep shapes because they're gonna be a little stylized. Like I know that. But how stylized is the question? I think that'll work. Do you try reaching out to puzzle designers? I mean, not again. I messaged a couple, just like, yeah, no, nobody's messaged me. And more just puzzle illustrators. I don't know if you'd call them puzzle. I don't know. I guess they are technically puzzle designers. They're designing the illustration of a puzzle. Yeah. But anyway, there we go. I have not anymore since last time. I haven't heard anything back. Although one of them I messaged on YouTube and I haven't actually bothered to look. So I don't know. But we'll see. I feel like reaching out on YouTube is not the best way to do it because it's awkward and weird and you know. But one of them on Instagram might, I don't know, we'll see. At some point maybe they'll respond. But anyway, how is it going? Thank you for the follow. Okay. My plan is, I guess, just to jump straight in and start very... I had thought about this a little bit. I think I want more of these shapes to be a little bit wonky. So what I'm going to do is just basically treat it as if it's still a thumbnail, but keep on doing, like, a zoomed-in view. So basically like this, where I'm still putting the silhouettes in. I'm still making the shapes a little different. And then I can sort of redesign these a little bit as I go if I want to really zoom in. But I don't think I ever need to zoom in this far. That might be, I don't know, maybe. This is something where I'm gonna have to figure this out as I go, because there is a chance that I will zoom in that far. I don't want to, but before I do that, I will probably, I like these weird shapes, though. They're kind of neat. Then there's these. Maybe on some of these we have, like, the hangy down tassel things. I'm still kind of trying to figure out what the heck is happening here. I'm afraid if I do the hangy down tassels, though, this is going to change the shape of the whole thing a little bit. We could do like that. I don't know. Do I like the weird wonky shapes? I don't know. I am not sure. There's a lot we could do here. And I don't want to jump straight in. See, this is why, like, I don't want to jump straight in and do a lot of detail on any one spot, because I want to make sure that the overall, like, shapes and patterns work. So I'm still focused on... Yeah. This is going to be a weird stream. This is sort of an experiment in, like, me slowly working up a painting in detail, which is not something I do a lot, but also thinking about it in a way that is even more unusual to me, which is even more granular. Because like I have with the puzzle thing, which... Oh, there's one person. Lost connection. Reconnect. I don't know how this is going to work. Connecting... Is there... I wonder if anyone's put any pieces in the puzzle. Not yet. So, like, this was my trial run I have going on the back. Oh, there is one other person here. But this is the trial run. And, yeah, just, like, seeing how this is gonna work. So, like... See, like, some of these I can tell. Because, like, I've done these puzzles before. And there is, like, a bit of a gradient where I can put some pieces in here. Just from, like, you know, that might fit because it's close, but it's not quite in gradient. So like across the top, for example, I'll want like a gradient from light to dark so that you can, your brain can be like, okay, these pieces will fit, right? But like that looks like it should fit, but it doesn't. But that's because the gradient probably sucks. So it's probably like one piece over. So that's kind of also no piece. Okay, anyway, I'm starting to do the edge. But anyway, that's not a important. But the main thing is that I do want like each section that I do to have like, some difference, right? I don't want the exact same color of blue all across the top, right? That just makes it not fun. I also think this is another thing that I thought that I just now thought of because I've been like rambling stream of consciousness about this last stream as well. Um, but just from doing that little like just a few pieces, there is something that I have noticed, and I don't I want this is another thing I really wonder. I imagine most illustrators would never care about this. Um, but like a lot of puzzles that aren't jigsaw puzzles, like Sudokus and stuff, different kinds of puzzles, oftentimes there's like a correct path, right? Like one clue leads to the next, leads to the next. So it might be the case that some pieces are really hard to fit in like a vacuum. But for example, if you did say in this puzzle, like if you were to start with the simple gradient on top, then you might have pieces within the gradient where like, okay, the edges are easy, but then the next layer or might make more sense, right? Suddenly it's like, oh well, there's a thing here that connects, and maybe before you wouldn't have been able to find it, but now you can because it's because it like it like once you've eliminated the obvious ones, the next layer down or something, or the next one's connecting somewhere, become more obvious. So like it doesn't I don't think it has to be where every piece you pick up you have a sense of where it'll go, but as long as there is a you're not just aimlessly guessing because all the pieces, there's 10 that could go in a spot, and like you just it's like a lot of puzzles I've gotten to the point where the last thing you do is the sky and it's just all blue. Like I don't want that to happen. So I want there to be some sense of like experience of, oh, this thing is, there's like a way forward that isn't just purely guessing. There is always a spot that is the next easiest to work on. That's my goal, but I don't know how it'll work. I'm just making this up as I go. Um, Also, this tree thing back here is kind of ugly. I think that's gonna need a redesign. Maybe some of these trees can be. I was thinking these things could have some swirly curly Q tops. So like maybe like wacky little tents. I don't know. Maybe little like curly Q's like this. Something like I don't know. Hmm. How do I want to do this? This is gonna be a little bit of a slower stream, I think, than normal, because obviously I typically start with thumbnails and we do like the whole thing, but this will be a little slower. That's okay though. I had kind of a not great sleep, but it's been kind of a long day already. So yeah. I think this shape up here though I don't like. This eggy shape. Maybe there's a way. Do I want the background shape? If I can figure out a shape for the background, then it might fit for the foreground as well. So like, if I were to hypothetically redesign this foreground shape to be something that's a bit more interesting. Or maybe there's, distinct curvy parts here. Something like that. Where it's just kind of weird and egg-shaped. And then maybe there's some back here as well. That could be a thing. It's very funky trees. But if I do that, then I'm definitely going to want these funky trees back here. Right? Because we're going to want repetition of shapes. But also, these aren't going to work too... Hey, Skittle, how's it going? But if I do that, we can definitely put lots of little details in here, and little curly cues and stuff. Ooh, this piece looks very cute and whimsical. Yeah, that's the plan. That's the plan. I'm trying to figure out how I want to do it, though. Because, like, I had done, like, just... Right at the start of stream, I slapped it up into, like, a puzzle place. The jigsawpuzzle.io. And already, you can... There's a lot of samey colors in here, right? Like, at least at the top, there's, like, a gradient, right? There's some distinguishing things where, like, okay, you could work on the light blues or the oranges you could work on. There's a lot of dark green, though, right? There's a lot of this color stuff that I'm noticing. And obviously I can put textures in here and details, you know, but there's a lot of... Right? There's a lot of... Whoa, what did I just do? I hit back arrow on accident. Oh no! I broke it! Uh-oh. What did I do? I broke it! Maybe I'll click the pin. But anyway, so it's... I'm kind of trying to figure it out as I go. And it's funny to see all the darkness in here. And it's like, where is it? Where is all that dark stuff in my painting? And it turns out it's only in here, right? All the dark stuff is here and here, but it feels like a lot, right? Like, when I look at that, right? When I bring this over here and look at this, it just feels like there's a mountain of dark splotches. And so it's interesting to me how that just, like, the overall feel of the pieces, because I don't want that, right? That's one thing that I find that to be not... Also, you can't tell what any of this is, right? You can't be like, oh, these are grass. So a smaller level of detail for a 300-piece puzzle will be in order. But yeah, it's interesting just to look at it from that perspective and, like, start to get a sense of just how fine the detail's going to need to be for it to actually show up, right? Like, if we were looking at this spot, I'm going to want roughly... Here, let's do this, actually. Now I'm curious. If I come in here and I zoom in to this... Let me just find a random piece. Oops, not that. This goes to, like, 80% of this brushstroke on the edge, right? So this brushstroke here, it goes to about... It's about that size, right? At a 3... Because I think this is about going to be this size. So I'm just trying to get a sense of, like, how... Yeah, so right at the tip of the circle. Which is... Oh, no, that's even more. It's right here. So every piece of this size... Here, let me make a new layer. So every piece of this size, I'm going to want... Oh, that's... Why is that on the new layer? There. So I'll want a piece this big. So now I'm going to need to make sure that when I look at this, you can, like, if I were to move this around, there's going to need to be, like, this, for example, isn't going to cut it, right? There's not, it's just a solid, there's no detail. So this is, like, my detail, which is really tiny. That's tiny. That's, like, that's almost annoyingly small. Far more detailed than I've ever done. For some pieces, though, it'll work, like this. Like, okay, this is the the shape here. But yeah, this is gonna be annoying. I'm not sure if I'm cut out for this level of detail. Oh no. What have I gotten myself into? Adorable piece. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Okay, this is gonna be the pink. Or I'll put it as red. That's gonna be my little piece reminder of like, this is how big the piece is gonna be. At 300 pieces. And if I was gonna make it more than 300 piece puzzle, it's gonna need to be even smaller, which means the detail level is gonna have to, like, if I'm making, it's like every blade of grass. That's just, I mean, it doesn't have to be, but I think again, if I have like 80% of the painting in detail, there can be 20% that is like the annoying stuff that kind of fits around the detail, or like he fills in the gaps kind of. So I'm not too concerned, but it is a thought. Okay. But yeah, I appreciate it. I don't know how to say your name. Sleep. Is it Sleep? Maybe that's how you say it. But yeah, it's supposed to be like, you know, kind of whimsical, little fluffy sheep and stuff. It'll be fun. At least that's my hope. I'm also gonna have to figure out how to draw sheep, because I don't really know. Do I make them semi-realistic, or do I just keep them as big poof balls? I'm not really sure. I think maybe what I'll do is keep some of them as poof balls, but then I'll make some from like the side view more sheepy silhouette or something. Maybe this one has its head down. There's a lot of ways we could do this. This one could have a head down. Maybe there's a bit more like... But yeah, I don't even know, by the time I finish this stream today, I don't even know how much, how detailed it's gonna be. Because maybe if I can keep a steady pace, but like, this might be, not that I'm gonna spend three or four streams on it, but this might be like a 3 or 4 stream painting. Actually, now I'm curious, Skittle, if you're here, how many streams on average do you spend on a piece? Like, obviously, or maybe I should ask, how many is the most you've ever spent on a piece? I don't know if that's a better question. Ooh, that's a hard one. Like, are we like, just ballpark? Or like, would you? Because I know you spend like at least, like, I've seen you at least spend like 5, right? But are you spending like 20 or? And I know you also work on them off stream sometimes. Because you're kind of like a render maniac. Like, you kind of go hard with the rendering, and I feel like this is the first time that I've ever really. I mean, I'm sure there's been paintings in my life where I render a lot, but yeah, this might be a long painting. This might be in like the 40 hours or something, which would be like 10 streams. But I'm not gonna do them all on stream. Depends on the piece. Sometimes a simple one that goes according to plan can take about 3 to 6 streams. Okay. Because I feel like I recall you working on a few pieces for quite a while. But yeah, this is gonna be tricky. It's gonna be a lot of... Gosh, I'm already jumping. You can see how like jumping around I am, which sucks because I want to like break the habit. But I feel like I'm doing that because I'm still in sketch mode. A more interesting one that I ended up needing to change more after I realized some oversights. It can take like 12 to 18 streams. Oh, okay. Yeah. See, I don't actually plan on spending more than just a couple streams on this, but I do want to work on it at least off stream. I don't know, maybe if I start cruising on it, and if I'm really liking how it's going, I will do streams where I'm doing more painting. But I want to get a sense of like what exactly is happening here. Maybe some of these in the background. Hold on, let me try something. What if I do like a hue adjustment and make some of these like orange? Maybe not orange. What about like pink? I could do like pink trees, orange and pink. Although we already have pink in here. What about like a purple? Actually, maybe pink would be better. Pink trees? Is that too weird? I don't normally do this kind of color adjustment, but I'm trying to BRB, yeah, no worries. I like a good pink tree. Yeah, nothing wrong with pink trees. I'm trying to figure out what I want to do though in terms of like how to break up these colors, right? And because I don't want to spend like an eternity detailing them, only for it to like not come through. And like I don't just want to rely on texture, right? I think texture is a fine way to split up different types of surfaces. Like this big tree here could be green, and so could this in the foreground, because the foreground's gonna have like vertical grasses and like flowers, whereas this is gonna have, you know, softer swirly things, you know? And so like I think I can get away with that. But there will be I kind of like that. Or I could go like stripes here. This almost feels like Easter egg. I'm not too worried about that. What if I do... Or I could do like red. I mean, red's very bright. I don't think I want bright red back here, because with atmospheric perspective, I still want it to look like it's far away. We could go pretty bright red in like the... like here. Again, this is very strange to be painting like this. I almost never do color adjustments like this. It is fun though. Red, orange. Maybe we'll stick to... You know what we could do? Ooh, okay, I just got an idea. What I could do is try to make all of the tents warm. So, okay. Hypothetically, if I weren't to detail this, the issue right now, without it being detailed, and I'll show you guys what the issue is. Where's my puzzle thing? Reconnect. Let me show you. So right now the issue is that without detail, the colors that are the same, there's a, like, for example, there's a lot of green, right? And it's hard to timer paused. Oh, that's weird. But like, because there's a lot of green, it's hard to like figure out like where this piece vaguely is gonna go, right? It could be anywhere in a tree, anywhere. But if I had every tree a different color, then I could probably get away with less detail, right? So if I'm not gonna do texture and detail as the distinguishing factor, I should do color, I imagine. And I don't think I want to be like, oh, I don't want to detail, therefore I'm going to just make it colorful. But some stuff like this, for example, is very clear that this is a pavilion part, right? So, like, it's very clear that these pieces fit together because you do have, you know, lines and color that connect. So I do like the idea that, you know, similar colors are going to go together. and primarily use color. And maybe detail in other spots. I don't know. I'll have to think about it. So I do kind of want to play around with color. Maybe brighten some of this stuff. I guess I could also do this, where I do like a edit, tonal correction, hue saturation. If I do something like this, so what I'm doing is I'm merging all my layers. Also, I don't know how everything's still up and running. I'm kind of making random brushstrokes everywhere. That's okay. If I duplicate this and I go edit tonal correction, hue saturation. What if I crank up the saturation? Which I'm not going to make it as saturated. That's ridiculous. I'm fully aware. Select inverse, layer mask, mask outside selection. Now I can come in here and just turn up the pinks and the oranges and these colors. This is like Candyland level of... These flowers are pinker. More pink? More pink or pinker? I don't know. But yeah, I don't actually want like these greens to be any more saturated, but that's pretty bright. Do I like that? Kinda. I can always tone it down, I guess. I mean, I think at some point I just have to start detailing, right? I dread this. I think that works. I'm still a little bit unsure on the shape here of this tree. And then also having the other trees. Do we go like wonky like that maybe? That's kind of fun. Okay, I gotta try something. What if I take this? So this is going that way. This can go that way. Some funky looking trees. I don't know. I'm feeling pretty good about the tents, though. Obviously, there's, I can do lots of detail, but generally speaking, I think the level of, like, detail and how that's gonna look will be good. I think some of this stuff also can work. I do want to be careful with not going too dark. But I think if I take the darkness as just like the occluded areas between the leaves, I can just paint the bright stuff right over the top. I think that'll work. Make almost like little leaf stripe patterns. Because I still want it kind of painterly, I think. But there will be detail. So, like, if I have a flower, the flower will be detailed. Or most of the flowers. I actually have it's a very mini puzzle. It's like some famous painting, like Van Gogh's Water Lilies or whatever that painting is, or one of them. And it's very loose and painterly, and honestly, it makes for an awful puzzle. So I am a little bit cautious about not having it too painterly, which is, again, terrifying for me because I like painterly. That's the way I prefer to paint. But I think I can kind of do. I don't know. I guess because I try to paint somewhat realistic, when I think of details, I oftentimes think of like super careful lighting and shadows and silhouette. But I guess there's another kind of detail, which is more like patterns, right? So if I come in here and say this is going to be a flower, I can just like outline the shape in like consecutive circles or something, and that adds a type of detail that may not be realistic, but it's sort of like a pattern, right? It's a pattern that if you picked up a piece, or like same thing on like the pavilion, right? If you were to see a continuous loop that went around and just like a fine, intricate patterns over here, not that I am going to do this, but if I did something like this, these are a type of detail, right? It's not the same as like a careful rendering and everything has a hard edge, but there's a lot of like little filigree, I don't know, like that filigree stuff could help. And so I might end up doing a lot of that. Or like very visible brushstrokes that are pretty crisp. I don't know. I don't really want to do that level of detail in here. Some of these flowers I think can be in the foreground. And I guess also within each group. So here's another thought. Within each group of things, so like let's say these are the flowers, right? Or the white flowers. And then there's going to be other color of flowers. But within the group of the white flowers, there can be some that are in detail and some that aren't. So that if you pick up a white flower piece, you can say, this is distinguished from that other piece, right? Like this blobby batch of white flowers is, so long as you can still tell it's white flowers, you'll know that it's different from the detail ones. So like maybe it'll be okay to have a few that are a bit more blurry. Because that might actually help to distinguish. So that's a thought. Yeah, this is gonna be interesting. This will be a giant. This is a giant experiment for me. Sort of fun. And we'll see. But what's everybody else working on? Is anybody working on anything exciting today? Or just in general? Doesn't have to be exciting. Maybe it's boring. Is anyone doing any art? Exciting or not? Should probably make sure I get the scale of the flowers right. I still want to do sort of large, medium, small kind of thing. Still don't want, like, I don't want to paint, super detailed flowers. Also, what about here? Do I want flowers in the foreground? Maybe red? What about red? Color kind of doesn't matter. Actually, maybe it does. If they're too red, then they're going to draw the attention. I mean, it kind of doesn't matter because drawing attention, like, what does that even mean in the context of a puzzle? Like, isn't it okay to draw the attention to a spot? And I think it is. As long as it's not too bad as a full image, right? And I think no matter what I do here, I'm gonna be okay with having random stuff everywhere. I think something like that'll work. The tulip flowers, that might be too Oh, is that too much? That might be too much. What about... big flowers? Things like that. Will that work? Kinda. And then maybe back here we get some more. Just enough to help break up these dark shapes. There's a lot of those. A lot of dark shapes. Again, some dark is okay. But not too much. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. What do I do in this spot? I think... because this was going to be like a path. Or at least that was the plan. And I could do like little stones or something in here. For a path. But again, it's tricky. I don't know how detailed I want to go. I guess I can always just do, you know, big to small. Little cobblestone type things in here at the start. And then I can start, once I figure out the shapes of the stones, then I can start deciding how much detail to put. And having clear, distinct lines should also help. But I don't want to fall into that weird, like, over-rendered look. Which is very easy to do, I think. Because, especially for someone who doesn't know what they're doing when it comes to rendering. Oh no. I know I'm gonna say it a lot, but I'm afraid of what I'm getting myself into with this. But did I say thank you for the follow? Or just this moment ago? I think I did. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Hope you're doing well today. I jump up here. Jumping around in this. Could go like this. Maybe some of these shapes are swirling up. Maybe. I imagine that there are a lot of concessions that you have to make, though, when you're trying to make a puzzle work on this scale. And when you're trying to make it work on a large scale. Like, I think without over, you know, unless you're like a hyper render person, like, it's gonna be hard to make, like, oh, I can tell what this is. This is part of the pavilion. Or, like, you know, this would work. Like, oh, that's a leafy thing. But there's gonna be spots where it's like, oh, that's a sheep. You know? Like, how are you gonna know? Or how, like, I guess, you know, is this gonna be a sheep or a cloud, right? And to make it different, it's gonna be tricky. Also, some of this stuff like that has no contrast. Let's keep that down there, though, for now. Just as a reminder. Fix some of the contrast here. And then back here, we can have a sheep in the light. So dark again with a light silhouette, and then immediately going into a dark silhouette. Something like that. I think I will probably do some funky patterns on the sheep. It reminds me a little bit of the Magic the Gathering set Kaladesh, which is one of my favorite sets ever. Technically, they revisited it. In Magic the Gathering, they have what's called like planes, and those are like the worlds kind of they go to, or at least some of them. And one of those planes was called Kaladesh. It was kind of like a fantasy world's fair where there's like inventors and like magic infused like artificing and stuff, and so it's kind of like a world's fair where you have like all these, you know, inventions and magical magical hand gauntlets and booster shoes and these weird little, it's almost like steampunk. It's not steampunk though, think of it as like magic metal punk kind of. I don't know if that's even a term, I just made that up. But anyway, it has one of the motifs it has is like these intricate like motifs of like little swirls and stuff. So kind of like what I'm doing in some ways with this kind of thing, where maybe there's these little shapes and little swirly thingies and doodads, but it just kind of gives like this filigree look to all like the metalwork and stuff. I think it's super cool, and that's kind of it. Like if they're even in their environments, when you look down and like there's rivers in the landscapes, they'll have like the rivers and the clouds have that little pattern, and I'm kind of thinking of doing that a little bit on the animals. So like the patterns of the wool on the sheep might have like this almost like a windswept looking sort of whimsical flowy thing where like everything feels like there's very just fluid. um I mean, not everything. I don't want the silhouettes of the sheep to be wonky, but more that they have like a distinct pattern to them, like they're, wind through their hair almost. So that might be fun. I'll have to see how it actually works out, or what I settle on. Because I definitely think I can manage it here, right? Like, for example, like on the tent, I could do something like, just little shapes and just little thingies all over. I don't think I'll go that. I mean, I could actually. That might not be bad to go that detailed. Not that this is going to be the final thing of what I stick with, but just an idea. It would make sense for some of the stuff. Like these little hangy downs. My goal is that if I kind of treat it like a sketch this whole time, but just sketching smaller and smaller, that by the time I spend a long time doing this, it'll be clear what I actually am going to detail and what isn't going to work. Like, this stuff is already looking pretty okay, right? And maybe there will be a point where I'll add another layer of, like, white on here, and I'll be like, okay, that'll work. But yeah, I'm not too concerned. Some things like this, though, I think I'll need to make it, or not need to, but I'll want to make it a little bit harder edge than maybe I would normally do. Funny enough, I think I'm less concerned about the overall image than I would normally be. Like, I still want it to look good, right? I like, that's the tricky thing. I don't want it. This is probably why so many paintings on puzzles are like more graphical. So you have like, here, let me open up a new file. Well, that's a weird shaped canvas. What was happening there? Okay. I've seen a lot of puzzles where, let's say that there's a house puzzle, right? What they'll actually have, they'll have like one house here, and it'll be, you know, cute, it'll be designed well. You know, imagine this is a nice house in all its glory, totally well thought out and designed. It has all its little shapes and things it's gonna have on it to make it look house-like. But then what they'll do is have like a grid, right? You have a lot of like grid puzzles where in every section, why can't I copy that? Right, you'll have something like this, but in each house will be a different house. So this one might be, you know, flat roof, and it'll be pink. And then, you know, it'll have a tree here. And this one will be, you know, rounded. And it will look like a, you know, like an observatory or something. And you'll have like this grid of houses. And they're all very graphical, and then, you know, there's like a pattern in the background, and then the pattern switches to lines back here, and that way, like, it's just almost like a formula for a good puzzle, right? So that when and it looks cool, it almost looks like wrapping paper, a lot of the puzzles that you see. And then when you zoom in, it's like, okay, well, every single part has its own thing, right? Like, this is the dot pattern, this is the line pattern, this is the pink house, this is the orange house, right? There's a lot of that stuff. And my hunch is that those just make good puzzles, right? Because no matter where you would look, there'd be something of interest. Whereas this, it's hard because, like, there's atmospheric perspective, which means everything gets kind of dull and blue, and so on a micro level, you get all these pieces, even if they're different colors, they're you know, not as vibrant as they might be in the background. And if I make them as vibrant in the background, suddenly we're gonna lose some of that readability that might exist. You know, if I like, so I think it's tricky. I mean, I'm still okay with putting some bright stuff back here. Maybe there's another tent. Another tent up here. Something like that could work. But as always, if anybody wants to share what they're working on, I would love to see. I will probably... Let's see, is anyone working on the puzzle? I do have a puzzle going, although I don't think anyone's working on it. I don't even know if it's working, to be honest. Let me go back to... Am I even on Twitch? Yeah. Is it still pinned? Oh, it's not even pinned anymore. But yeah, if anybody wants to like test it out and give me feedback, which I feel like I already know some of it, but that's okay. We'll just pin it there. There. Oh, I realize I don't have to put a timer. There we go. That'll work. Wait, is my stream frozen? No, maybe not. Maybe it's still working. I think my stream's working. I don't know. Okay. Doing the zoom in. Ooh, this sheep is too high up. It looks like it's floating. Let's move it downward in perspective. That's another thing that I probably would like to do if I were to do this again. I'm already thinking, like, you know, more of a top-down perspective or something. So that I don't have so many overlapping shapes into, like, one spot. Because, like, if you're viewing everything from eye level, you just have a whole bunch of stuff all overlapped, and then up top you'll have, like, nothing. Because, you know, shapes have overlap when you're viewing them from a certain perspective, kind of. Unless you have lots of stuff in the sky as well. Which is probably why hot air balloon images are so popular. I feel like everybody's done a hot air balloon puzzle in their life. It's working? Alright. Hey, Beats, how's it going? Long time no see. I think it's been a while, hasn't it? Hope you've been well. I think also, here, we can definitely add some shapes in here. Working and lurking. Nice. Hope work is going well. Starlick, how's it going? Hope you're doing well also. Happy Saturday to everybody. Ooh, maybe we can do, like, some of these could be long. Like, ribbon banner thingies. Well, that could be kind of neat. Little ribbons hanging off, and then these ribbons have a little shape down at the bottom. But maybe there's some long ones and some short ones. Happy Saturday. Yeah. It's a good Saturday so far. All good, thanks, though? That's good. Maybe this one here. I don't know if that's gonna look good. That might look kind of weird. Not sure I like that. Maybe I should have just made them all consistent. Just focus on silhouette first. I guess that is what I'm doing. Little shapes. See, I think that stuff's gonna be important. These little, like, silhouettes back here, where if you pick up a piece, it's not just gonna be green. It's like, oh, it's green with these triangle thingies. And then we'll know exactly where that is. That's my hunch, is that these are gonna be really important. So even if they look small to the viewer, like, just not, like, at a first glance, I think a lot of puzzle illustrators also, from what I've been gathering, when they do their detail, they do a lot of, like, outliney stuff, like, super subtle, almost like how Riot Games does their character art. How they have, like, this, almost like every shape has, like, this high contrast thing, where you have, like, this dark outside edge and a light inside edge. So it's almost like there's a light, it's almost like it's beveled or embossed, kind of. Like, you have this dark line met by a white line, or a light line. And for almost every single edge, it's like they've hit the sharpened filter, kind of, where it just, any edge you have just becomes high contrast. And it's almost imperceptible. But it's just these super, like, punchy edges that just make things very crisp. Which I think looks nice. But it also gives kind of a... I don't know. I'm not sure I like it. I can probably redo some of these shapes later. I know it's probably not great to have the plan of, oh, I'll do it later, but I think for this kind of detail, it's nice to just build it up. know, detail is weird. Does anybody else not like detailing? Is there, like, is that a thing? Or just me? I think some artists get into art because they like detailing. They love the hours on end of just like toiling away. Um, and I think that's awesome. I love it. I love that people like that stuff. But I don't think I could. I don't know. Maybe I mean, I kind of like it when I have a plan like this, or when I feel like it's just a matter of putting the detail because that I'm seeing the detail as useful. There was a Reddit post the other day about, maybe it was today, I don't know. I lose track of time. But it was about you know, basically what I'm talking about, you know, do you guys ever lose interest in your art? Do you struggle to finish pieces? And I was like, dude, I totally relate to this. Like it's hard to finish pieces because I don't like that stage. I get bored of a painting. But my advice was kind of what I'm recommended as for like this piece. Is like, if you can convince yourself that the details are important, or if you have a project that it's for, like, this is going to be a print that I'm making, and I told people it's going to be up by, you know, by Monday, and it's like, oh, better get working, you know, and now finishing it suddenly is more important. But I struggle with detail if I don't value it, and that's most paintings. You know, like if it's anything even remotely like concept art related, where like once you know you do need some detail, right? You need to be like detail for clarity, but once it's clear, any more detail just isn't even necessary. And so not only do I get bored, I'm like I have to like force myself to do it, and it feels like pulling teeth kind of, because I don't want to detail unless I feel like it's worthwhile. But funny enough, I'm already kind of enjoying detailing in this painting, even though I've just begun, because I actually do think it's important. And so I feel like my, you know, it's maybe a little early to tell, but my life hack is going to be like, convince my, like, basically make it a puzzle. I know that's not always going to be the case, but, you know, convince myself that the details are going to matter. And I think I'll actually be able to enjoy the detailing process. Because I think I've spent so long focused on, you know, the big picture, the composition, the story, the design, you know, how the parts fit together, but not like, why do I need to render a blade of grass? That's useless. You know, also like it's less appealing typically. Like you want shapes that merge together, you know, focus your viewer, you know, you want to be in control of that, but like for a puzzle, maybe you do want to zoom in and have all the details because you're viewing them on like literally like here. Oh, yeah, like this, right? Where it's like if you zoom in, it's like, oh, this needs to be interesting. Well, not maybe not totally interesting, but like you want to be able to see that there's something there. Which right now you can't, right? If I move this around. Oh, not that. Here, I can't do this with my left hand. This, right? So like if I were to move this around, I think you know, I could get to the point where like these details, like, okay, that's a level where like if that were a puzzle piece, you'd be like, yeah, I can see what's happening, right? Or something in here maybe you can start to get some shapes going on, and you're like, okay, I get where this might be. You know, some stuff in here, the flowers will work. That's kind of my plan, is to have enough stuff like that. So no matter where you were to move this viewfinder, because this is about how big a puzzle piece is going to be. But then there's also things which I've experimented with, like in the sky. Even though this is all going to be blue, we actually... I was experimenting here for people just coming in. There is a puzzle pinned to the top. I was experimenting because like my initial thing was like, these pieces are pretty easy to fit together, right? Like at this scale, because there's just a nice gradient, so I can pretty much just... Oh, see, it doesn't actually go there. But you can tell where pieces go based on the gradient, which is kind of what I want, right? I want it to be an easy puzzle. I don't want it to be like massive amounts of blue everywhere, right? Or massive amounts of green, which granted there are a lot of green, but I think there's going to be enough like changing of green. So like the green changes from green to dark green to light green to dark green. There's going to be enough pattern, I think, that it'll work. Like this piece, for example, right? Where it's like, anyway. So it obviously this is still extremely undetailed, so it's not going to make any sense. But that's kind of what I'm thinking of. Also, you guys can't see, can you? Oh, you can. Okay, good. I thought I was trying the wrong screen again. So yeah, this is gonna be a tricky one. This is unlike any painting. For those who also, I'm sure you guys have been here before, but if not, let me just share real quick what I normally am up to, because this is not it. I normally paint stuff that's a little more just like, I don't know what was happening here. I don't know what I was doing, why it saved on the image, but anyway. Stuff like that. Well, actually, that's not even a good example of it. Let's find a better image. Here's one I really like. So I typically start with thumbnails, and then we pick a painting, and then we work on it till the end of stream. In this case, it was something like this. So a lot of like fantasy landscape type stuff. But today's a little weird because it's more of a render. Right? It's gonna get a little busy. By busy, I mean like visually busy. It's gonna be a lot of noise, a lot of random colors and shapes and stuff. So I don't quite know how it's gonna work out. There is a chance that the painting will look worse before it gets better, because I'm kind of a total noob to detailing. So I'm sort of trying to talk through my thoughts on detailing as I'm having them, because I'm sort of figuring it out in real time. It's like I'm not. If you look through my Instagram, there's not a lot of detail. And I think even today, most of it... I guess what I want... My goal, I think, by the end of today isn't to have all the details done, but to have more of a roadmap of what details go where. And I kind of did that last stream where I had a bit of a roadmap of like, what is the thing going to be? Like, here's a tent. Great. Here's another tent. Perfect. And compositionally, it's not perfect yet. I still have like, I'm not quite sure what's going on with some of these trees. Kind of weird shapes. I might even be able to do something like this where there's like the underside of the tree. And maybe we do like a brown or something in here for like the trunks. And then we could have some brown trunks and stuff sticking back here. That could be a thing. But I don't know, that might not look, the shape language might change enough there that it won't look appealing. So, we'll see. Oh boy. How much detail do I want? I wonder if some puzzle illustrators, and I know I'm going to keep saying this, and people are going to be like, well, why don't you just ask them? Well, I have reached out to a few people, but I wonder if people who do this a lot have like a template for each like puzzle cut, so like a 500 piece or 1,000 piece. That way they... Because I saw a really cool puzzle. It was a Ravensburger puzzle, which is like one of the big puzzle people. And it had a border. It was like a red border on the edge. And it was exactly the width of the puzzles piece. So even if you wanted to start with the border, it wouldn't really help you, because the border wasn't the same. It was a different color than the actual puzzle, which was really cool. It was just like Like, you can do the border, but you're not going to have any help from it. Like, it was very clearly was meant to, like, it seemed like it was planned, right? Having the border the same width as the puzzle pieces. Um, just to give it like a little extra challenge, kind of. And then it was like a normal puzzle, but I think this edge also is going to be super important. This light, there's a light and dark edge here, so I'm going to work on that real quick. Dark shapes, light shapes. And again, I can always zoom in. Oh, somebody earlier said they like to zoom in. Bo Pew says, I like detailing, especially by zooming in. On a small sheet of paper, it's harder. Yeah. See, I don't like zooming in. If I can't see the whole picture, it bugs the heck out of me. Like I see there, I know I'm not the only one who feels that way, but I also know that some people don't at all, because there are lots of streamers, and there have been so many times I will go into a stream and this is the view I see. And I'm just like, can you please zoom out? I want to see what you're working on. And it'll be like 20 minutes before they'll zoom out. I'm like, how in the world do you work like that? Like I forget what I'm doing if I'm zoomed in like this. I'm like, I know I'm painting a leaf, but like where's the lighting coming from? And like I can't work under these conditions. I don't know how people do it. Y'all are crazy. I need to like constantly zoom out. I make a brushstroke and judge it against the whole image. Even what I'm doing now, like making these little brushstrokes. Hey Vegas, how's it going? Vegas, are you a zoomer? Not like a. Isn't zoomer what you call Gen Z? I'm calling it people who zoom in and detail like this. Like, I'm gonna paint the sheep, and then you paint the sheep. I was just saying how I don't know how people do it. I mean, I kind of do, but you're a zoomer sometimes. Okay. What about? I should put up a poll: zoomer or non-zoomer. For most of my paintings, like this one, which obviously didn't end up being a finished painting, but I could do like an entire painting at like this size, never zooming in more than this. Even for like these little things back here, these little tents, I hardly would need to. I mean, maybe I would zoom in a little bit for that detail, but even then, it's like I'm still only zoomed into like, what is this? Let's draw a square. Like 2/3 in. I'm not even zoomed in that much. Like for me, this is zoomed in a lot, right? Which again, if you can see the outline here, and it's almost still the full image. So it's almost just like a 100%. You know, like 100%, right? So like this image is taking up my full screen, and this is about the size that I would paint at it. I don't typically zoom in more to where it's like past 100%. I think 100% is about the most. Because of the way my canvas is, and I have like a border here, obviously, there are times where I think I'm probably, zoomed into 100% like this, but because I can, I might be working on it like this or something, so it's not technically zoomed in. But normally I'm zoomed out, I guess. I don't know. It kind of depends. It's the only way I can get my lines as clean as I do sometimes. That's fair. That is fair. But yeah, Vegas, I hope you're doing well. Yeah, we are doing puzzle illustration for day 2. Okay. You just woke up from a nap. I'm a zoomer too, but I keep a duplicate window open with full image on second monitor. Oh, that's a good way to do it. Yeah, like the navigator up. I think is what they call it in Photoshop, right? I think it's just what it's called everywhere, is the navigator. Yeah, that's a good way to do it. That's a good advice, I think. But then you have to remember to look at it. See, I would have to practice that a lot. Maybe I should do that right now. Because I would just forget to look at it, because right now I'm not trained to look at it, right? Like my brain just isn't gonna go and look at another monitor when I'm painting. So yeah. You usually try to have the navigator up all the time? Yeah, I tried it once, because I remember back when I was learning digital painting, some of the artists that I would watch, actually, that was their advice, is to have the navigator up. And, you know, it seems like good advice, and, you know, I'm sure they were recommending it for a reason. But I tried it for a bit when I first started, but then I kind of stopped. You can open one under window canvas. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I don't really want to. I also don't think I'm going to be zooming that much today. Again, I'm like right now I'm pretty much at 100%. Like from the top to the bottom, my canvas is just a little bit over the edge. I'm pretty much zoomed in just full screen. And even this is plenty right now. Until I get to the level of detail where like everything at this stage is as detailed as I want, I don't think I want to zoom in more. There's still a lot of details here that are just not, you know, just, you know, like what's like the silhouettes of these leaves against the brown of this tent, right? Like, I don't even have the basic silhouettes and shapes done, right? Like this. You know, if I'm gonna have little leaves or grass and stuff over here, like this is not something that I need to be zoomed in yet. You tried trying the puzzle but gave you an error. To join this puzzle, you must supply the image it requires. This is known, but wait, really? Oh, you can't join it. Oh, I didn't know that. Let's try it. Maybe there's a way for me to open it to public. I didn't know that. Invite. Copy. Maybe it's cause I was AFK. Try it now. Does that work? I sent an invite code. Maybe I have to be in there. Let me unpin this one. Let me know if that one works. I think it's the same link though. So maybe it won't work. Hold on, but now that I'm in there, oh, now I see people joining. I see some anonymous person. This is what you should see. Okay, there's some people. There's some people there. Okay, right now this is mostly a test. It says same thing. Uh-oh, it still says that. I wonder why? You're in, but you get no image. Why? I wonder. Back. Why does it say that, I wonder? How do I make it so you guys can see? I'm very curious. Or very confused. That's the preview. I hit the invite. That was the thing that I copied. Is there like a setting? Players, maximum players, we can up the limit. I don't know. I can mute, kick. It doesn't seem to work. It says down. Does anyone know anyone who's submitted their own image? I know if I select a pre-made image. Here, let me back out. Okay, let's do jigsawpuzzle.io. We'll just go here. My Puzzles. Custom. These images will go away on their own. Okay, is there like an upload? I wonder if there's an upload. Well, okay, it doesn't... if anyone knows how to make a custom puzzle, because it kind of looks like custom puzzles are your own, right? So, like, this, it uses your own image, but it doesn't sound like... It doesn't sound like I mean, it says I can invite players. Slash... What are the commands? Slash help. Nope, that's not a thing. That doesn't do anything either. I have full control over... Yeah, I don't know. Okay, I am at a loss here. It's okay. So Chlor uses this, but she just selects puzzles that are pre-made. So that's... If I select a pre-made puzzle, it'll work too. Right? If I go to, like, just open in and just, like, click on something, and if I, click on this food puzzle, right? We could all do this puzzle. Because right? Oh, there's already people doing it, apparently. I don't know how that works. I think this is the site she uses. Yeah, it might be a premium. I'm pretty sure this is a site she uses, but I don't actually know. I think if I go to catalog, for example, you could select one, like this one. Setup puzzle. Begin puzzle with high resolution. I think if I did this, for example, I could invite you guys. Let me try that. Let me try to invite you here. I don't... Where's copy the image tag? Publicize game... Wait. Oh, wait. How come there's a setup game here? Hold on. Hold up. Now there's an option, right? It's like publicize game, all that. Let me go back. Okay, I'm gonna do this off screen because I don't like to go. Okay. Let me go back. My puzzles. If I go back to my puzzle. Oh, it's gone now. No, custom puzzles there. What if I resume custom puzzle? Sorry, I'm just talking to myself. Is there an invite? See, no, the screen looks different. Yeah, it kind of makes it look like if I do a custom puzzle, I don't think it's gonna work. Because like it gives me different options. Although it might have been when I set it up. Actually, you know what? I might have goofed up. Let's try something. I want to figure this out. Custom puzzle. I'm going to do a new puzzle. Let's see. Scroll forward. Okay. Choose file. Unfinished puzzle. Begin puzzle. Is there a way for it to, like, set up? No, see, now it just goes straight to invite. There's no, like... Because the other one, when I went to it... Here, if I go back... The other one, when I went, like, this one... And I hit, like, I don't know, just, like, a new... I went to catalog... I think this is what I did. I went to catalog, I clicked on this image... And then I hit setup puzzle. There was an option. No, now it's not here. What in the world did I do? I don't know. I'm at a loss. Why? Wait, where did the options go? I mean, we could... Let me just try this, though. Let me just put this in here. Let's see if that one works. I have a hunch that'll work. Let me know if that works. I see. Or does it say the same thing? That worked? Okay. So yeah, I think maybe it's just because these are uploaded to the site and the other one's from my computer. And so somehow you're grabbing the image from the host, but it's when I upload it, it's not. I don't understand. Maybe there is a way to do custom images where I can invite people properly. I can't seem to figure it out. I'm too... This puzzle's gonna go so fast. But anyway. Yeah, I'm a little curious why or how to get that working, but that's okay. I'm sure there are other sites that I could look into. I mostly wanted to upload it to test the size of like the puzzle pieces and sort of get a sense. Oops, sort of get a sense of like how fine I should make the detail. Which I think I've got a sense of that already. But yeah, this puzzle's gonna whiz by. You guys are gonna solve it so fast. Here, let me get at least one piece in. Let me get an edge piece somewhere. There. I've fit some pieces. Alright, we got 5 pieces in. Sorry, I should have been doing that on screen. Here, we'll get a couple pieces, then we'll go back to art. This one's hard to see. I don't like the background. It's too, there's so many dark shapes. That's tough to see. But at least it has nice color separation. Yeah, there's some... I mean, it's not... This one does make it pretty easy. Like, you can pretty much just grab the piece and put it where it goes, kind of. To some degree. Anyway, so there's my 11 pieces. Okay, back to art. Back to art. I'm loving the tents and sheep though. Thank you, Cold Case of Creativity. I'm liking them too. I think it's gonna be cute. I am also slowly discovering that I'm gonna be in over my head with the rendering. It's gonna take a long time. Many breaks will be in order. That's okay. Many breaks. What else with the tent? So right now we have a tent going this way. Maybe we do like another... Maybe this tent comes down a little bit. That'd be kind of cute. Something like that. Where a little bit of droopy tents. Just to have a bit of a... what do you call it? A bit of a flow to the whole thing, you know? Obviously, when you're doing the puzzle, you're not going to be able to see that, but I think there will be just to have a nice flow to this stuff. Also, I wonder if this should be raised. That might end up making it a little weird. Wait, what's happened? Oh no! I did the thing. I did the thing where when I'm zoomed, or I merged everything to the same layer. And I was painting on the wrong layer. Okay, let's lock this layer just so it doesn't happen again. And we'll lock that layer. And then this, okay. So what if we make that like this? And then I move this shape up so that the tent flows with these shapes. Would that be better or worse? I think it's better. A little bit better. Not a lot better. But just a little better. If it's like that. There we go. And obviously I'll have to come in here with the details and clean it up, because whenever I cut and paste it, or move things around, it gives these hard edge lines, which is not ideal. But yeah, I'm glad you like the tents. I definitely am happy with this one so far. It's gonna be a lot of work, and I'm probably gonna add a ton of little things like, you know, little flowers over here, and just tons of little shapes and doodads and different things. That way, no matter where you zoom in, there's gonna be something. That's, you know, I think that'll be the requirement. And again, it doesn't have to be too... I mean, you know, if it's a color puzzle, which it kind of is, there's going to be enough sections to work on. Oh, so you guys done with the puzzle yet? Not quite. You're cruising, though. You guys are kind of kicking butt on the puzzle. Okay. We've also got... So, the trees I'm not liking, but I'm also kind of not liking the darkness here. These little like squiggly lines are kind of funny. They're sort of... I feel like they can break up some of this stuff a little bit. They're just like little patterns and motifs, which will be kind of neat. Some of these tents back here. Yeah, this tree shape, though, is a little bit too prominent, I think. Because none of the other trees are this shape. Although, we could maybe come in here. And do like a little pattern here or something. Almost like, again, almost like an Easter egg in a way. Bring maybe a tassel down here. That little triangular shape or diamond shape at the end. Let's see. I'm watching you guys puzzle on the side. Is the puzzle still pinned to the chat? I like that the trees in the back have some blues in them. Yeah, I think I mean, I've been toying around, like, do I want blue trees or not? Also, I just realized I merged everything. I don't know how much blue. Like, I've, playing around with, like, different colored trees, because I do want a variety of shapes and colors back there. Maybe I do, striped trees, but then I don't want it to compete too much with the tents, because I think it's nice that the tents are the only thing that's striped. And so there's a little bit of a conundrum I've got to solve. It's not gonna paint itself, right? There's some choices I gotta make that are a little tough. Also, I think that a lot of these tents can have little tippy top things. Like that. And then maybe like a blue part up here. With shadows. And then of course there will be a... That's not quite in perspective. Something like that, though. Maybe not. I don't know if I like the little tips there. Kinda ugly. I think the tips will be good though once I figure out exactly what I'm doing, especially if they're like little weird shapes and stuff, like little hats. I think that'll work. This will look like a little hat. Maybe there's like could be a little curly Q. I don't know. Is that a nice shape or not? I don't know. I think for now it doesn't matter too much. I think it's almost more important that I get the concentration of detail right. That way then I can figure out like which details are good. Yeah, I don't actually like that. I did say that it doesn't matter, but the more I look at it, the less I like it. This tree still is a problem. Or this main one. All done? Dang, really? Ah, you guys... Wait, I lost connection. Reconnect. You guys are... Dang, that was quick. Oh, yeah, 300 a piece puzzle is not enough for... Okay, that was so fast. Dang. Also, you guys were so... I mean, not that it was a contest, but we have 83... Here, look at this. I know it's not a contest. But can we just appreciate that one of you did 83 pieces, the other did 82, and then the other also did 82. I don't know if you just stopped when you got there to like, oh, I'll let the others catch up, but that's like a perfect split. And then there's me who only did 11 pieces. So good job. It was a... Yeah, you're all of them the same number of pieces, like equally as quick. You're all... Not, again, it's not a contest. But yeah, we can do another puzzle if anyone wants to, throw up a puzzle and yeah, it counts how many pieces. So like, I guess you could like compete on some level. Not anyway, you don't have to. But I don't know. Do you guys want to? We can pick another puzzle. What do you want to do? We could do. I've done some of these before. I mean, some of these are just like. Oh, that looks hard. We could do like a just. I kind of like the marble one. No, that's a lot of black. That feels like it'd be a strain on the. I mean, I don't know. throw up another, like, puzzle vomiting? Yeah. Oof, that's AI. I can tell just from looking at it. Actually, this might even be AI. I don't know. That's not a bad one. I don't know. What do you guys think? Any votes? A lot of marble puzzles. Let's see. Catalog. Browse all images. I don't know. We could do like a painting. I mean, I'm up for anything. What about some food? You guys want to get hungry? That looks challenging. That looks nightmarish, actually, doesn't it? Because there's so much gray. I'm curious. I mean, there's at least a gradient, though. What do you guys think? Terrible? Yay or nay? Chicken salad bowl. There's another one. More food. That one looks equally as bad because every dish is the same color. I mean, we don't have to have one that's like an easy image by any means, but... I don't know. Let's cause some pain. Let's do this one. Difficulty 2.3, rated 6 times. Out of what? 5? No way. Okay, let's try it. 500 pieces. I don't know. You guys cruise so fast, though. What about 600 pieces? 625. I don't know. We more than doubled the pieces. This one should take more than double the time. Because puzzles don't go linearly in time. So there's that. If you... Also, I'll put it on the YouTube if anybody wants to... Okay, there we go. I gotta get one piece in, though. I'll do it later. I'll like sneak in for the last piece. Okay. So for that, let me just unpin that, and pin that. I wonder how big. Okay, now I'm curious. If I were to do this, say, on a different stream, where I put up a puzzle for you guys to do or something, if anybody wants to lurk in the background and do a puzzle. So, obviously, we just did, like, a 300-piece puzzle with 4 people in, like, I don't know, 20 minutes or something. It didn't take us long. How big of a puzzle do you think we could do in 4 hours? Like, just, with people, not everybody working the whole time, but just, like, if each time we up the number, so this time was 625 pieces, what if the next puzzle we do is like, 1,000 or 2,000? Like, do you think we could get like a 5,000 piece puzzle over the course of the stream? I mean, I don't know if we'd want to. It sounds awful, but I feel like we could probably knock out a pretty big puzzle. Or like, imagine like a big streamer. Right? Think somebody with like 2,000 viewers. Or even more. Like, what if like an XQC type person just like threw a, 50,000 piece puzzle up? Do you think they'd solve it in the course of a stream? At some point, like how big of a puzzle per, like, I'm just trying to think like how, I don't know. Now I'm curious. You'd have to have some hardcore dedicated puzzler people, though. Because I feel like nobody would stick around that long. But if you had enough people working on it, I imagine you could go pretty fast. Or it would just be so chaotic with so many hands moving that you couldn't fit any pieces. That's also a possibility. Actually, that's probably more likely if you had a big streamer. I don't know. I like speculating on hypotheticals that will never be relevant to me. What I do best. Just dream about stupid things. Okay. Some shapes, some colors. I'm trying to add some value in here to add some variety. You know, we could also do... like, have actual, like, layers. Might look nice. And of course, this stuff, you know, we can always end up adding like little highlights on here and into all the details. But I'm not too worried about the details there. This will be pretty straightforward, I think. I kind of like these little graphical shapes, though. It's kind of fun. Wait, these need to be taller, though. Something like that works. These little just like single standing up shapes. Mostly just trying to add some... I don't know if I like them. What do you guys think? Yay or nay to these? Little spindly doodads. Technical term right there. Spindly doodads. I don't know. I think if I put enough of them, they could be nice. They do add some nice depth, I think. I think that's probably the best thing about them. I kind of like them. Yeah, I like them. They add like a whimsical... They kind of add some extra little flourishes of detail. Like, I don't really know why they're there, but they're more just graphical shapes, you know? They're like like a 2D representation of a flower or something. The problem is if I go this detailed here, I'm gonna probably want to go that detailed elsewhere. Which is probably okay, but it might take a while. Okay, what about... little circus tents kind of things going on. These might be nice to like get some little shapes going on. I don't know. They kind of remind me of like the staff on like those little Bo Peep thing, you know? Like you have like the little the sheep herder staff. Is it Little Bo Peep? I don't remember. But yeah, not all of them need to be... Something like that. It's kind of nice. Some foreground stuff that cuts through. Could be fun. Because again, we do want to break up these shapes, right? There's just so much going on. So I think that'll work really well. I'll also put little flowers over here. These sheep are very graphical. They're just like big blobs right now. I'm going to have to rework these a little bit, but I have a hunch that's going to be something that'll either work best off stream or fresh at the start of stream once I gather references and sort of think it through off stream. Sometimes it just helps to like problem solve the thing while I'm not, you know, actively painting. But I don't want to sit here fussing around with it too much when I have so many other things I could bigger fish to fry in terms of detail and stuff that I think I can just confidently work on without having to worry too much if it's going to be right or wrong. Like, I can pretty confidently say that, like, you know, these things need some love up here. I don't know if those will be the exact shape of them. Okay, what about... I'm liking this stuff. So I think right now there's a part of this about right here that I'm pretty happy with. Right? Like if we were to zoom in here, some of this stuff is pretty okay. But some of the outside stuff just is not. Also, let's see how the puzzle's coming along. Okay, I disconnected, but let's see. It's just all gray. Oh no. I knew this was gonna be a terrible puzzle experience. I'm sorry. What have I done? Hold on. I'm sorry, everybody. Oh. I've picked a bad puzzle for all of y'all. This is... Did I fit a piece? No. Oh no. Oh no. Is this going to be trial and error? I mean, it's super subtle gradients. Oh dear. I want to get one piece. No, I got a piece. No, wait, I don't know if it counted. Did it just gave me 3 pieces for 1 because I connected a three piece. That shouldn't count. That's like cheating. I think I just cheated on a puzzle. Rigging my score. I want to get a real piece. I want to fit a piece that... Oh, there we go. I fit a piece. That's a real... Look at that. Look at that piece, guys. Okay, we've got one. Okay, back to painting. Look at that. Okay, we did some good puzzling. Are we doing co-op Jigsaw? Yay! You want to join? We aren't. I mean, I'm not really doing it, but it should be pinned to the top of chat. It's a tough one. You can hit up. You can click on it. You can join if you'd like. But yeah, I'm trying to do it. I'm gonna make this painting into a jigsaw puzzle, I think, and at least that's the plan. And I wanted to test uploading it, but we're not doing it right now because apparently when I upload it, I can't invite you guys to do it. But I did test to make sure that the piece size of like this, where is it? Right here. So there's a little square here, is about the size of a 300-piece puzzle piece relative to this painting, so that I can figure out like how small should the details be. You know, like if this were a puzzle piece, could you distinguish it between, you know, something else? Or if this were a piece. So anyway, but yeah, we are doing a puzzle very slowly. Mostly people who aren't me, but I will probably jump in and do a few pieces here and there. Okay. But for now, I'm just sort of detailing. And there's a lot of thought process for like for me, for example, like making sure that the sky. I wanted this to be an easy puzzle, and so I want to make sure that the sky from left to right is a gradient on the edge, so that like people can fit them, and it's just not just like guessing, right? I want there to be sort of a logical way forward, and like once you do the edge, then you could do like this border, right, of the clouds, and then this border, because there's again distinct shapes, and then once you get down to these, you could do like the big, the orange parts and the purple parts and the red parts. So I'm trying to set up this painting in a in a simple way. I think you were here last time, right? I don't remember. But yeah, how are you, Porcupine? I don't remember if you were here last stream. I'm bad at remembering who was here. But I rambled about this for about 4 hours, so I'm sure anyone here is probably tired of hearing me talk about it. All the things that I was trying to consider. I'm kind of like thinking out loud a lot today, which is kind of what I always do on stream, but thinking out loud in terms of like hypotheticals of what would make for a good puzzle experience and what would make for a bad puzzle experience. And I've done... Oh, you weren't here last time. Okay. Like, I want to avoid, where you end the puzzle with just, a gigantic blue sky because it was the most annoying thing. Or, like, all the green. So I'm going to be really careful to, like, make sure that this is going to have a distinct texture from, this green. That way, because when you're zoomed in at this scale, right, there's going to be a lot of, like, it's just weird. I mean, you know me. I'm not a detail, like, I don't detail my paintings to this level, so it's just strange to have to consider, zooming in to this granular level and be like, this is kind of not detailed, right? This is kind of ugly. And this is the most detailed part of my painting. And so, like, having to consider, like, you should be able to tell that these are plants or something from this level. I mean, it doesn't have to be perfect, right? Obviously, there's there can be a painterly style, but some of the edges should be crisp enough to where, like, there aren't these weird random brushstrokes that make no sense because I forgot to clean up my painting. Like, given that we're going to be viewing at this scale, I think it should be, at least the brushstrokes that are there should at least be intentional, And I think this stuff, the patterns are going to work, right? I think I've got the scale down to what I want. Where, like, these patterns have a clear distinction, blue and against pink, and, or if we move this here, like, I just, like the scale of the flowers, like, oh, look, that's a big red splotch, right? And it's tricky because if I do this for the whole painting, it might feel over-rendered. Which, you know what? I've always, kind of looking back, puzzles always had a weird look to me. Like, the style. And I never really wondered too much about why they look that way. But now that I'm trying to, like, paint my own puzzle and I'm trying to consider things, it's no wonder that they all kind of have, or not all of them, but a lot of them have this, like, over-rendered style. Because they are trying to make edges clear and identifiable and, like, oh, here's where, pink meets yellow, and there's a clear edge, and it's not just a big blurry mess. Because that's useful to, like, line up your edges, and, like, that's what people do when they look at a puzzle. And so I'm kind of just thinking out loud, but, like, I sort of wonder if there's a good middle ground, a good way to sort of have a good amount of blurry stuff and sort of faded edges and soft edges, but also not have it look like a giant pile of goop when you're zoomed in that far, right? Like, I don't know. I mean, I'm sure some puzzle illustrators have figured it out. But a lot of puzzle... Because I was looking at puzzle illustrators, and a lot of them have sort of, like, very graphical styles. with a lot of like repetitious patterns with different colors and stuff, so that there are these very crisp edges, and they're not trying to do things like atmospheric perspective and naturalistic lighting. It's just kind of almost surreal. But yeah, I'm having a lot of fun. I'm learning a ton. I'm also learning that I think rendering can kind of be fun if I think it's useful. Which is to say, I don't normally think it's that useful, but today it is because it's hard to, yeah, you don't really want a puzzle that's not rendered, right? Other than, because I actually have here, I have this tiny little puzzle. My brother gave it to me. Uh, it's just kind of like almost like a fun. It's called. It says literally on it, mini puzzle. Oh, mini puzzle, and it's a puzzle in a tube, and the pieces are so tiny. Here, let me show. I don't know if you guys are. Whoop! I just dropped it. The pieces are so tiny. Whoop, they're like the size of my little finger. That's a piece. They're so tiny, but the problem is it's 150 pieces. It's oh, it's 150 pieces in a tiny little tube, and you dump it. But the picture on it is like Van Gogh's water lilies or something, and it's like a painterly puzzle. So when you chop it up into small pieces, it's just a mush. It's impossible to tell which pieces, like, they all look the same. And because it's so tiny and the cut pattern is so wonky, it's like it's not high quality at all. Um, and so the cut pattern is in such a way that like it kind of obscures it a little bit. So like even if there was detail, I don't even know if like one piece could go in like three different spots and you can't tell if it's the right spot. Um, yeah, well, I don't know about pointillism. No, maybe is it Van Gogh? I don't know what it is. Maybe it has info on here. No, it's like a very it's just a very loose. Yeah, yeah, not point. Yeah, it's impressionist. Yeah, it's very impressionist, which makes it when you chop it up and you start zooming in, right? It's like everything feels like you're looking at this, right? It's just like this mushy textury thing, and you can't tell where like a leaf starts and another leaf begins, and so there's nothing to line up, right? It's all just like gradients. Zoomed out, it looks beautiful, but it doesn't. It's not a good image for a puzzle. Well, it's not a good image for a puzzle on that scale. Um, and so it's kind of like an example of in some ways. I did do it, by the way. I did the puzzle, but it was a pain in the butt and it hurt my neck because I was looking over and it's like hard to squinting and fiddling with it. But anyway, uh, not recommended to be honest. But it's like a puzzle I'll do once in my life. It was kind of just a fun. It was like a stocking stuffer for my brother. It was a fun little puzzle. Um, I think he probably got it for a couple of bucks on like Alibaba or something. But it's fun. It's fun. But it definitely taught me some things about you know what makes a puzzle fun or not fun. Also, thank you for the follow. But yeah, I definitely, I know some people love painful puzzles, but I want the puzzle to be fun. I want it to be easy and fun and easy given I want the difficulty to be like the piece count, right? To like trying to figure out what you want to work on and sort of being able to just like mindlessly work on a puzzle. I think a lot of people like puzzles like that where they're fun, it's a fun image to work on. There's different things you could do. It's not just like a grind, but it's just like more of a relaxing therapeutic thing. That's kind of what I'm going after. So, I want it to be easy, which means some of the green stuff in this painting needs help because right now I don't think it's going to be easy. We need to add some variation, maybe some different flower shapes, the swirls. Yeah, I'm thinking, I'm not sure what I'm going to do about that. Pretty Pink Duck. Also, I don't know if I've said this before. Maybe not. I don't know if you've ever chatted in here, but I like your name. But yeah, I'm thinking about, these are kind of just like loose brushstrokes right now. I'm trying to figure out what I want to do. I don't even know if I like this tree shape. But yeah, I think some swirls in the tree will be fun. It'll give it some texture. And if I plan it right, and again, sort of at this scale, because I'm thinking I'm going to get like a 300-piece puzzle. I like puzzles that take a long time, but also aren't annoying. Yeah, same here, Vegas. I think your average puzzle doer, is that a word? Your average puzzler. I feel like my concept of that person, if I were trying to like, stereotype them, would be, welcome in, Raiders. CowJS with the raid, Moo raid. Welcome in. How's it going? CowJS, Phantom Knight, LBW, welcome in. I am talking about puzzles. And yeah, but my idea of like your standard puzzler is like a person who wants to do a puzzle to kind of relax, but they want it to take a while. They want a little bit of a challenge, but they don't want tedium, right? They don't want like all one color. Most people don't want that, right? Some people like that, but people are weird. Most people want like different parts they can work on. There's always something where it feels like it's the next easiest part, and that's kind of what I want. And so if I'm doing like a big area of green, beautiful paint. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'm trying my hand at illustrating a painting that's gonna work for a puzzle. So we've been chatting about puzzle stuff. Those people are weird. I'm kidding. You guys aren't weird. I actually kind of relate to like the wanting a challenge thing. I'm not sure if that's the kind of challenge I want, but I respect it. I respect the people who just like the solid color puzzles. But no, I think most people, like, when you get to like, okay, here's an experience I think most people can relate to. If you've ever done a jigsaw puzzle, you do like, it's a beautiful picture. You do 80 to 90%, maybe you do 80% of the picture, no problem. But then you're left with all of the sky and it's all one color and it's an awful experience. Or you're left with all of the grass and it's all one color and it's an awful experience. There's always that like one spot, right? Or the painting, or the picture that you guys are doing on screen right now, right? Right now, outside of the edge, which has distinct shapes, there's like that big section around. Here, let me show my screen. That's just all gray. All of this is going to be gray. All of that's going to be gray. All of that. That to me is not fun. That's just tedious, right? And what you guys are going to probably do is you're going to fill in the middle, and the last things you're going to do are these stupid gray spots. And it's just going to be like annoying. Now, luckily, there's like 5 of you working on it, so it's going to go pretty fast. But like, to me, that's not, I don't know, that's not an ideal puzzle experience. Maybe if there was like a distinct gradient between each of the corners, or a distinct texture that was noticeable enough that you could pick up one of these pieces and say, this is going to go in that quadrant or in this quadrant. Like, at least this quadrant has dark pieces, right? So you could be like, oh, here's a dark piece, it's going to go in that quadrant. Like, I just fit it. But yeah, we can work. Yeah, if you guys want to work on a puzzle together, you can do that. I'm not really working on them much. I'm mostly just painting. But yeah, you're welcome to do that. Yeah, I think it's pinned to the top of chat. It should be. Let me double check. Yeah, it's pinned to the top of chat. You can click there and just participate. Because we've been talking about puzzles. But yeah, CowJS, how are you? Hope you're doing well. How was your stream? And what were you working on? You know the drill. Art share or whatever. If you were doing art, feel free to share. But yeah, what I was just talking about as you guys popped in is that I uploaded this to that site. Unfortunately, we couldn't work on this puzzle as a work in progress while, uh, like together. But what I did do is I found the rough size of a piece, which is here. Maybe I don't know if this is visible, but this is the rough size of a piece for a 300 piece puzzle. And so what I want to do is like in the big spots where you have a big swatch of green, I want to have like a pattern, oops, that is big enough that you can actually use the pattern to solve the puzzle, right? Like, I don't want the pattern so tiny it's just like random filigree to where it doesn't help. But if it's a big enough that it cuts in through the piece, right? So like if I had a piece like this or something, you could start to use this to line up where the pieces go, because you'd be like, oh, okay, this piece connects here and then it comes out there. And so you could start to like, so that's kind of my plan, is to have texture patterns on some of the big area that are big enough that you could use them to solve the puzzle. That way it's not just pure tedium. Because, yeah, so that's my plan. But we will see how that works. This is the first time I've ever done this, so I'm sure there are people who have much more experience illustrating puzzles than I do, who would be like, "You're an idiot. What are you doing? This is not the way you should start." But yeah, I don't know if I want the little swirly doodads back here or not. It might be fun though. But yeah, we'll see. I've got to make some choices still. Like, what are the shapes of these trees? Do I want them to be more swooshy and swirly? Maybe there's some sheep with funny poses or something. How am I? I'm doing very well. Now I feel challenged to work on only the gray and finish before the plate. You know what? I have done that in the past just out of spite. Like, knowing that the sky or whatever is gonna be the last thing because it's just all one color, I'm like, I'm gonna get this out of the way right now so that the rest of the puzzle is easy going. Which, is a totally valid way to work on it. That's also what I've been doing. That's funny. I'm gonna end up eating my words of like the gray is gonna be the last thing to be done. That's funny. And obviously, everything I'm saying about puzzles applies to me and my experience and what I want in a puzzle. Obviously, different people want different things, and different people like working on different things. I know some people. There's this puzzle channel I follow called Karen Puzzles. Uh, I feel like her channel is like the coziest. It's like a cozy. I don't know. It's like a cozy puzzle channel. I think she's the biggest puzzle YouTuber on the platform, and she just like does jigsaw puzzles. She does like just old jigsaw puzzles. She'll she'll review speed puzzle competitions. She does everything relating to puzzles. It's just a fun channel. But anyway, like, I know that like when she has like a group of 4 for like a tournament for speed puzzling, like, different people have different strengths. Some people really like working on gradients, and so they're just a little bit more like sensitive to color stuff, like subtle shifts in color gradients, and other people do like patterns, and just different people have different strengths, and it's kind of cool to like see how they organize their teams. Yeah, there's speed puzzling. There's like a world championship that happens every year. There's like it's like a big thing. There's like a big speed puzzling community. There's like leaderboards online where you can just like speed running in video games, but you have different puzzles. And because, especially with like Ravensburger puzzles, because they release like standard sets yearly, people will go get the new set, and then they'll have like a leaderboard for that specific puzzle. And so you just record your time, and you can upload your puzzle times for any given puzzle, and people will like try to personal best certain puzzles, and it's like a whole thing. There's like an entire community of speed puzzling. It's great. I've never done it. I don't really have any desire to do it because puzzling hurts my neck after a while. But yeah, like, anyway, it's pretty cool. So yeah, it's one of those things where like I don't I'm not a part of the community, but I love, and actually I found out about puzzle illustrators whoop, through that channel because she was like shouting out. I mean, obviously, I once I saw that all these puzzles are a thing and they're illustrated by people, but there are people who are like hired by Ravensburger and that's like their main clients and they just do puzzles illustrations. And that kind of piqued my interest. I'm like, I want to check these people out. So I, looked some of them up, followed some of them on Instagram, and kind of saw what they were doing. And most of them are super detailed stuff, which makes sense for big puzzles. But yeah, it's kind of cool. So I thought, you know what? Let's try my hand at puzzle illustrations. So here I am. I'd like to turn it. I'd like to get a physical puzzle of it. I don't know if I'm gonna do like, have it so people can buy it. I've looked at a few puzzle on demand print places, which I will probably put this up somewhere, even if I can't find a great one. I don't know. I'll test it first, obviously, but that's kind of my plan here. Just try my hand at it. Do a cute little whimsical scene. Sheep. Hey, Roy. Yep, we're doing little sheep paintings with fluffy paintings, fluffy clouds, fluffy tents, all the fluff. Lots of detailing. This is a detailed. Now I want a puzzle of my hand. Just my hand as a puzzle. That would, you could call it palm reading. You do like the lines on your hand. I bet there is a hand puzzle where it's like the wrinkly hands of like an old man or something with like all the texture and stuff. I bet there's totally that. Get a Sudoku tattoo. Imagine you got a Sudoku tattoo, but it was solved incorrectly. You said try your hand at puzzle, and that's where my brain went. Yeah, or crossword. Yeah, I don't think I would ever get a tattoo. I like tattoos. I like them on other people. I think they can look really cool, and I love it when people have like, they treat their body like a work of art or something. I think it's super cool, but I'm too indecisive. Like I remember the first like my tastes in things, taste in music, taste in books, taste in video games, it flip-flops so much, where the types of video games, for example, that I played 5 years ago are so dramatically different than the types of games I play today, with a few exceptions, right, of games that I've still played from 5 years ago. The type of music I listen to changes. The type of pretty much everything about what I enjoy, other than like maybe painting, has changed in every 5 years. So I don't think I could ever get a tattoo unless I was willing to constantly get new tattoos and like sort of chronicle my tastes as they change. So like, oh, this is a tattoo back when I liked skateboarding, and here's a tattoo back when I liked, this other thing that I don't do anymore. And here's one back when I liked this type of music from this band, but I don't really care for them anymore either. And it could be like a history. I think that could be me, but I also don't want to get a million tattoos. And so like, if I'm not going to keep up to date with the things I like, why would I get one random tattoo of a thing I like now? Like, how would I justify that to myself, And so I don't think I could do it. I feel like I'd have to go like marking the moment. Yeah, but then I would feel compelled to like update it, right? And so it's like I'd either need to get no tattoos or a whole bunch of tattoos throughout my life. And like I don't think I would want to go that far, right? And I guess the alternative would be like just a cool like pattern, not like a tribal pattern or anything, but like a pattern that as it fills out, it just looks cool, I guess. I don't know. I don't think I would ever do it. Again, this is one of those things where I think it's super cool on other people, but not on myself, unfortunately. But yeah, tattoos are neat. We'll probably never get one, and that's okay. I think part of me envies people who can confidently get tattoos. There's like this, like I really do admire that sort of carefreeness in a way. Like I don't think I have that. For me, I try to get tattoos that don't relate to media I like too much, more abstracts. Yeah, see, I think that could be cool. But even then, maybe it's because like, I mean, we all do art, so, so I don't know how this relates to other people. But for me, even the kinds of the styles that I like, and the even just from like a graphical sense, what kind of graphical shapes do I like? More intricate stuff, or do I like more chunky and blocky, value-based things? Do I like a little filigree type stuff, or you know, gradients of big colors and you know, graphical shapes? It changes. But I also know something about me, which is I'm pretty sure I would just deal with it and be like, once I got it, I would be fine, and I'd be like, yeah, whatever. This is the tattoo I liked at the moment. I don't need to love it now. I think it can look cool on its own, even though, if I were to get another tattoo, it would be different. And like, I think I could probably rationalize it and be okay with it, and not, I wouldn't be like beating myself up and regretting it or anything. And I don't know. I'm just not convinced I would ever be in a point in my life where I'm like, this is the thing I want to spend my money on at the moment. Uh, I don't know. And like making that choice in the first place would be so hard. But yeah, did we ever get any art from you, Cow? I don't know what you were working on. What were you doing today? Did I ask that already? Okay, so right now I am trying to just kind of clean up some of these shapes. No art today. Oh, gotcha. It's too much of a commitment. It is a commitment. It's a big commitment. Only playing Franbo. I don't know what that is. Franbo. Also, how's the puzzle coming along? Let me take a look. I think are you guys done? You guys might be done with the puzzle. Oh, look at that. You guys are rolling. Look at that. Is there any more bright red? Get a piece? I got a piece. Look at that. Bit a piece. Look at me rolling. What about that one? There's another one. Oh, man. You guys are kicking butt. There's a lot of orange. Where's the orange go? I don't even know. Preview. The orange goes top center. Right here. Oh, that piece is already solved. Wait, this is yellow, though. That's not even orange. I don't know. Okay, I'm done. I fit 7 pieces. We're good. If you guys want to work on the puzzle, feel free. You just click the link at the top. I might have made this one too easy. Not enough pieces or something. Okay. There's that. Little dark shape here. Obviously, these are not detailed, but they're just like sort of placeholders for where the sheep's gonna go, so that I can paint it later. What else? I think what I need to do right now is taking a break by doing a puzzle, but not that puzzle. Do I do the connections on stream today? We're doing a puzzle, but I feel like I shouldn't do the connections while solving this. That's too many things at once. Maybe I'll do this for 5 minutes. 5 minutes of puzzling. Okay, what has happened? There's a lot of messiness in the middle here. Lots of messiness. We are getting very disorganized, folks. Which is also partly a me problem. I'm just leaving all the pieces right in the middle. I will get back to painting in just a moment. There's some more yellow pieces somewhere, right? I do appreciate whoever is piece sorting by color. That's very helpful. I don't know what's going on. Hold on. Oh, thank you for the follow. Sorry, there's also not much sound going on either. I'm just trying to slap some pieces in real quick, but I'm not very good at this. Here we go. Okay, then we can go back to puzzle illustrating in just a moment. This is just my quick break to rest my eyes by totally not resting my eyes. Resting my eyes by squinting at tiny pieces. That's a good plan. Ah, thank you for the follow. I should also be reading chat. Yeah, this is like not an eye break, but I'm pretending it is. Nothing like a good old squinting. Zooming in. Also, what is happening here? There are... I feel like I'm confused on what's going on in this section. I don't know why, but the yellow section is hard. I feel like I think there's like 2 yellow parts. Okay, I want to finish up this part of this yellow stuff. Okay, surely we can... Oh, where does this yellow go? I'm very confused. Okay. But yeah, how's everyone doing? If anybody's working on any art today and would like to share, feel free. Ooh, there's a yellow piece there. I bet you that one fits right there. Okay, now, I think this white stuff is pretty simple. I know you guys can't hear the clickety-clack when I fit a piece. I think I actually have something to share. Ooh, okay, I would love to take a look. That way we can stop doing this puzzle. You guys don't care to watch me do a puzzle. I don't care to watch me do a puzzle. I do like it, but it's probably, I don't know, it's fun. But yeah, links at the top if anybody wants to work on it. I've put my 20 pieces in for the day. I meant to draw something, but got completely distracted with the puzzle. You know what gets me? It is therapeutic, but that score on the right side up top, that's what makes me hooked to the puzzle. It just like seeing the number go up makes me want to do more of it. Like, I'm a sucker for number going up. I I got a bit competitive as well. Yeah, it's funny. Posted on Discord. Okay, let's take a look. No, it's full. Oh no, it's there. Oh, it's full. I didn't realize. I didn't realize there's a. I wonder if I can up the limit. Players. Max players. Oh, I can't. There's somebody who has 0 puzzles placed. Do I kick somebody? Anonymous number 0. I'm gonna kick you. Oh no. Do I boot somebody? There's somebody who hasn't placed a single piece. Do I kick you? Who is this? Bang. No, I'm gonna kick him. If you want to join again, you can. Okay, I'm gonna kick somebody. I don't know what just happened. Maybe it didn't work. Kick. Kick, kick, kick. Nope, it's not working. I can't kick him. Maybe it's me. Am I trying to kick myself? I don't know what's happening. Okay, let me take a look at the art you shared. In art, probably. Oh, Beats! This is so good. Is there a way to know who you are? I think over your... No, I don't know if there is. If you go to, like... I don't know. I have an account, so for my name it shows. I know if you make an account, it will show you who you are. Beats, your art is gorgeous. Can I show this on stream? Look at this. Look at this lighting. I'm gonna share it. I don't think Beats will care. Look at this lighting. What intense lighting. That is super cool. Also with like the super subtle, like this eye. I like that a lot. That looks good. Really nice work. Also the little bits of reddish poking through on like the where it turns on the form with like the nose and the neck here. That's super cool. Followed along on a DZ Cow stream. Looks really good. It does look beautiful. Vegas says, probably the latest thing I'm happy with. Ooh. Oh, this is... Dang it, I wish I could rotate this, Vegas. I assume this was rotated when you drew it. Maybe not. Did you draw it vertical, or did you draw this on its side? I assume on its side, right? To, like, turn... This is super neat. I love the super good perspective, and it looks like it fits together. I drew it on side. Okay, can I share it on screen? It's neat because you can see how it would fit together. I'd have to like. Whoops. I'd have to. My phone. Okay. But, like, you can see how if you were to put the pieces together, like, they would fit together. I always like that. I think that's something that just adds a level of believability when you have, like, a piece that comes together and it fits in a certain way to where you can see how they sort of nest together. It's neat. I like it a lot. It's like you can just imagine someone's arm opening up and the thing coming out and then, you know, pew 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 and shooting them. Because you can understand the mechanics behind it. You did your part, you have to go eat. Yeah, take care. Thank you for the raid, I appreciate it. Thanks for the fun puzzle. Yeah, no worries. Hopefully, at some point, we'll be able to have the puzzle that I'm actually, or, you know, the illustration I'm working on. Although I don't know if I'm sure I'll be able to find some site we can upload it to. Alright. I step back. I think we can get a little... I'm afraid to go too dark. Because dark stuff in puzzles is just a nightmare. But maybe if we relegate the darkness to one spot in the puzzle. So, like, right here is very dark. And just... No, but then we need, like, the foreground darker, too. That's tough. Because, see, I don't want, like, all of this dark. That's... You know, in a normal illustration, I could probably get away with that. I mean, that's probably too dark, but... I mean, that's not bad. A little bit of a gradient down there. Okay. What I can also do is add some grass and stuff in front of the sheep. And again, what I always do is I always start with just like these very loose strokes, and then I clean them up later. I don't try to figure out where they're going to go exactly at the start. So this sheep is a little small. Also, that's not really how a sheep looks. That's okay. Let's see, what else? I think what I want to do now is work on the shapes that the trees. There's kind of the trees, the clouds, the whole background, kind of. What I actually want to do, and I'm going to be a little brave here, I'm just going to delete all of it. Delete it, and then rework it. Maybe some of the trees are... Is that better? I mean, I kind of like it more like that, but I don't know. And then maybe back here. But I don't just want random pillars of trees. I want, like, interesting shapes. That's... I don't think that's a good shape, to be honest. I mean, this is an interesting shape. Well... So, what else? Okay, I gotta think about this. We could go different colored trees, which I kind of like. I think having some sort of overall shape kind of going on here could be neat. So, like, maybe we do, like, some, like, classical compositional thing where this shape flows into this shape, sort of making, like, a little triangular thing. So maybe we bring this down a little bit. Like that or something. Maybe these shapes crest the top of the hill. Just a little bit. I don't know. I don't know if I like that there's so much white up here now, though. It's kind of fun. And then maybe some swirls and stuff up here. I kind of like those shapes. That's kind of neat. It's still it's very graphical. Puzzle done. Dang, you guys were quick. super speedy. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. I love puzzles. That was fun. No. Yeah, I think it's a fun. We could do another one. I don't know if you guys are up for another puzzle on stream. It might be a bit. I don't know. I think 2 puzzles is probably enough. At some point, I don't just want to like. I don't know. Maybe we'll do more next stream because I have a hunch I'm gonna do another puzzle render stream. Although maybe not. I do want to do this. Okay, so if the lighting is coming from this direction. Maybe also we can get some lighter blue up here. Do these look like they're windswept in any way? Not really. I mean, it's also funny because I don't really want all the things in the same direction, right? Like, it's tough. Sure, why not? Wait, next time? Is that what you're saying? What are you saying? Sure, why not too? Now I'm lost. I never would have thought doing digital puzzles like this would be so much fun. Yeah, I think, you know what I think is really nice about that particular site is that the pieces are already in the right orientation. So it really does make it easy going. It's not like just pure tedium and you know, weird rotations and clunkiness. It's very just, you know, you see a piece, you can place it down. And it's just kind of like this, it's almost surprising. Like you almost can surprise yourself how easy you can just find a piece, and it makes you feel good about yourself because you can, yeah, it's very low stress, right? And I think it's that combined with like the leaderboard thingy with like the numbers really makes you like it turns it into a game, right? They've gamified it in a way. They've made it less puzzly today or next time. Yeah, I think we'll do another one next time. Yeah, I think it is nice that way. That's also one of the reasons why, for this illustration, I want to make it as absolutely as easy as I can, even if it's gonna be a big puzzle. Because, like, imagine the design of the puzzle was as easy as you could possibly get, but then you have, like, a 1,000-piece puzzle. Like, it would just be a pretty chill time, right? Like, you'd have sections to work on, it wouldn't feel daunting. It would take you a long time, but it would be fun. So yeah, that's kind of my guiding principle when I'm trying to paint these this illustration is sort of make it easy. You know, give the viewer, you know, whatever the viewer is looking at, right? If this is a flower, that you can tell that this flower, you know, these are the pink flowers with the orange dots, you know, or something. And so there's little shapes here. And then maybe like these are the blue flowers with the white dots, and like every section has its own little thing. Finish the sketch drawing. Ooh, let's take a look. But anyway, this is the size roughly of a piece in a 300-piece puzzle. And a 500-piece will be like this part's still a little, you know, it's a little pure blue and not ideal. But what I could do is come in here and like, oops, and just add like a little bit of a gradient. So that this part is the bluest part, and then every piece on the edge will get less and less, you know, blue. And then by the time you get over here, it's going to be, you know, not blue. And then that way the edge will be nice and easy. This edge, you could have, I don't know, maybe a gradient. Something to get started, you know? I'm liking this. I also think maybe these shapes could be a little bit more interesting. Maybe some texture pattern that goes along here. This reminds me of like a bell. Isn't there a type of flower called like a bell flower? I feel like that could be a thing. And then this can go along the shape. I'll take a look at your art in just a moment. Finish the sketching drawing for your relief print. Ooh, your final relief print. I remember this. Let me take a look. Let me take a look. For those who don't know, also that just linked to the site, but that's okay. Oh, it's so good. You have put so much time in this. This is super cool. So for those who don't know, this is I believe this is the correct thing, but this is a relief print where like each layer is a different thing, right? You did multiple layers, and then you stamp a bunch of papers, and then you do another layer, and you stamp a bunch of papers, and then you do another layer, and each time it's adding, you're using different colors, right? And then each time it's anyway, it's very cool. Tons of work. I don't feel like this does it justice. Isn't that what a relief print is? Maybe it's just all one piece. I don't remember. Maybe that's not what. Maybe you're not doing the multiple cuts. I don't remember. But that looks wonderful. Yeah. You can post the final print. Ooh, I'd love to see that. I'd love to see the final print. Such a good job. So much work. Seriously. So I am doing some detail. Just rare. I will say I'm kind of having fun. I have to admit, I normally would not admit that I'm liking the detail. I think the reason I'm liking it is because it's useful. Because I have a goal in mind, finally. Okay, but these trees are just weird. Okay, you know what? I wanted to try something I was thinking of earlier. Okay, I don't know if this is a good idea, but I'm gonna try. A reason to render? Pretty much. So, I don't know if you caught it when I was talking about this earlier, but I mean, well, if you know me at all, you know that I don't like rendering. I typically get bored of it. I get tired. I'm like, I'd rather just move on to the next painting. Because most of my art is, I have like a design goal of some sort, or I come, or I'm trying to, come up with some sort of idea of what I want to paint in the first place. And kind of once I figure it out, I'm like, okay, to me it's done. I've solved the challenging problems. I did the stuff that really sort of tickles my brain, and then I can move on. But it's not rendered, and the render just feels like tedium, kind of, right? Because it's not for something. But not only is this for something, like a commission is for a person, so I have to finish it, obviously. So I have some extra push kind of behind me to make me want to render. But with a puzzle, it's kind of that on steroids, because not only do I need to make it finished, but there's sort of a requirement of like how much how much detail do I put. Because if this is the size of a piece, this is not gonna cut it when you zoom in. This is not, I feel like there's random brushstrokes in here and you have no idea what's happening, right? And so there are gonna be spots like right now, like on this shape, that there's a lot of green, right? That's gonna be a lot of green, and it's all gonna look the same. And so I'm not happy with that. But I do think by putting some detail, I can sort of bridge that gap, or making subtle color gradients from, from down here into in here. And so there's going to be a lot of little like finickiness that I can do with it that will make it fun. Um, and so I'm actually having fun doing these sort of details because they matter. They matter for, when you're zoomed in and you're like, oh, this shape is going to help break. Yeah, this shape will help break it up. And, these swirls, obviously when I start painting on them more, they'll be able to help break it up. I'm not convinced that this is the shape of the tree back here. But yeah, I think it's going to be, I don't know. It's kind of making it fun to work on. And honestly, in the same way that solving a puzzle is, right? Because you're kind of zoomed in and you're focused on like one small part at a time. And that's kind of the same thing, right? It's sort of what I'm doing when I'm rendering. I'm sort of zoomed in, focused on one little piece at a time. And so it's sort of giving me reason to do that, which I like. Different shape highlights on the trees and grass? Yeah, it would. Yeah, I think the grass will be clear that it's grass. Also, like, different colored patches of flowers. So, like, here's some white flowers. Here's some blue flowers. And so there will be different little patches. Also I'm going to have, like, bigger shapes in here, I think. Sort of breaking the silhouettes and breaking it. Hopefully it's not too much green and blue, but it probably will be quite a bit, but I think I will be able to break it up nicely. And there's going to be enough little groups of color that by the time you do the groups, and this is actually another thing I did. Last stream, I took like a color like red, and I circled each of the things that I feel like could be worked on one at a time, right? And so like this will be a color, this will be a color, and I was loose with the outline, right? Because there's edges here. And, by the time you're done circling all of the stuff that is, it's distinct shapes, the sheep down here, this tent, and this tent, and this tent, they kind of all connect, right? So by the time you're done, you sort of have this big, like, 80% of the painting is done. Hopefully I'm on the right layer, yeah. And then, there's some stuff here. This is an edge, so you could kind of circle that. And you could kind of see how, these parts that I'm circling are fairly easy to do, right? Like, I think you could do this part pretty simple. It's the only blue part touching the light part with a hard edge, right? Or this orange part is the only part where the orange touches the green, and it has a hard edge. And so once you're done, there are some tricky parts, right? That's tricky. This might be tricky. Some of these middle areas are kind of a bit difficult, but like mostly it's manageable because there's distinct things that could so anyway, that's my goal. I don't know how it's gonna work. I've never done this before, but these are my thoughts on it. Yeah, I don't know, it's fun. It's a very fun learning experience, and thanks for joining me on it as I ramble. You're a huge puzzle geek, so this is fun to watch and listen to. Hopefully I can put this puzzle. Yeah, it'll be fun. I don't know how or when it'll be finished. Hopefully someday. Like I say, this is so much more rendering. Because, like, I feel like I'm probably, what, like 10% done? I don't know. Maybe not. I'm probably more than that. But I is making it whimsical. I'm still gonna fuss around. I don't know if I like that shape. No, maybe not. Maybe not right there. Maybe off center. But I think this shape definitely needs to change. I gotta figure it out. That art as a jigsaw would be considered. Yeah, exactly. And I want it to be easy. I want it to be easy. I feel like easy jigsaw puzzles can be scaled up to larger sizes, right? That's my hunch. It's if you get a 500-piece puzzle of this, hopefully it'll be easy. Because again, just like what we were doing on stream, for the most, again, there's always exceptions, right? There are those crazy people who love this, pure white paintings or, solid color paintings. Most people aren't those people. Most people just want a chill afternoon doing a puzzle, putting pieces together, kind of take mindless sort of, not tedium, but just sort of therapeutic relaxation, right? Like, that's kind of what I want, right? I want it to where you can relax. I don't want you to be scratching your head and your neck's hurting because you've been staring at one spot so long and haven't been moving and you haven't made any progress and you feel like you're about to give up. I don't want that. Not for a first puzzle. Like imagine I give this puzzle to someone and they're like, "Sorry, that puzzle sucked. I never finished it." I don't want that. It's just like I don't know. Maybe someday. Maybe the next puzzle illustration I do will just be like, you know, hard mode. Difficulty tends to be based on shape and value contrast. The Japanese flag, a photo of the sea with no reference, a flame single color. Yeah. Shape and value contrast. Yeah. I know a lot of people puzzle people like gradient puzzles. There's an entire like slew of puzzles that are all based on like subtle gradients. And I think as long as even if a big shape like the sky has a gradient, going from I actually put this puzzle into the jigsaw puzzle thingy at the start of stream. And I found that this border was extremely easy, right? Because it's just a perfect gradient going from here to here. It's just a light color here, and every single color is getting darker and darker. Well, minus this part. But then it gets darker and darker. So, like, exactly where... Also, I'm on the wrong layer. But so it's even though it's all blue, it's not hard, right? Because there's a gradient going on, and then the gradient is broken up by these hard edges, which makes it easier. And then once you're in this shape, there's another gradient. Well, this one doesn't have it yet, but also like texture and stuff to like differentiate this part between that part. So I think I want to give the tools to make it easy, right? That's my plan. Do you know that Good Right Hook, you seem to know a bit about this because you're talking about puzzles. Do you know if puzzles like do they have like I assume on some puzzle sites, especially like speed puzzle sites, do they have difficulty ratings for like jigsaw puzzles? If you would hang it on your wall, it's an easy puzzle. Really? I don't that's weird to me because some of the puzzles that I have done have been the puzzle. It's like when I was a kid, I remember my mom. She was always the one who would buy the puzzles, of course. But we would just buy puzzles that looked nice, right? And it felt very hit or miss. Like there was a puzzle. I might have even had it as a post. It was just like the I mentioned this last stream. There was a puzzle I had. It was like the pyramids of Giza, which is cool, right? Like who doesn't like the pyramids of Giza? Like they're pretty neat, right? The Egyptian pyramids. But 90% of the painting was blue sky, and it was awful. It was a terrible experience. It was it was a beautiful painting, but it was just a photo, and it was a photo that didn't have a good enough variety of texture and shapes and colors. And so it was just like, orangey peach sand, pyramids that were easy to do, and then blue sky, which was impossible to do. And I don't want that. So I feel it's more about like just having a variety of stuff. And yeah, I don't know. I'm not too worried about it. That sounds awful. I mean, it wasn't, it was kind of fun in that it was a challenge. And I'll admit, I actually like challenging puzzles. But I also realize that my unique tastes are not necessarily representative of like a whole. And I feel like, especially as like a first time puzzle, I'd rather make a puzzle that is. This is kind of how I think about like same way I think about art is sort of there are standard rules, in quotes, rules that you follow. We call them the fundamentals that you follow because they work, and and they work for most images most of the time, and people are going to be able to read your image better if you follow them. There are cases where you want to break them or you want to exclude certain things and you want to do things that are a little bit out of the norm, but you don't do that all the time, right? You got to learn your fundamentals first, and then you can break it. I feel like with making something like a puzzle, do the stuff that follows the sort of the broad stuff, like the easy puzzle, like this. Apply the skills that make puzzling easier or harder in a way that you can actually control, and then you can start like pushing the boundaries of like, I'm gonna intentionally make a difficult puzzle. I feel like with anything, right? Like, you know, like you don't. I don't know. I feel like if you're gonna start somewhere, you should start on sort of the simple, the tried and true, the kinds of things that you know work. You know, just saying I'm just gonna make some random image and not care how hard it is. I don't know. I feel like you're not gonna learn as much about puzzle making if you just jump straight in. I was talking about this a little bit last stream, but even things like, you know, as I was painting this, I'm like, okay, what if I picked up an orange piece, you know, and I picked up this piece right here? I would be like 90% sure it would go in this section, but like maybe it goes over here, and so there's kind of this like, by adding additional orange shapes, I'm making it a little harder, and I can, you know, you can kind of, it's almost like I'm giving myself knobs to turn on the difficulty, right? If I want to make it more difficult, I just make this the same color. I make this a little bigger. I make this one an orange tint. That's increasing the difficulty because there's already an orange tint over here, right? And so I have all these little knobs to turn, and I can make it as hard or as easy as I want. But at least the knobs are there, right? I can also scale up the number of pieces in the puzzle. I can go from 500 to 1,000. But they're there. I'm not just neglecting them. And I feel like I want to establish those things early so that I can actually have control over it rather than just like, oh, I didn't think about any of that and I just painted a random picture. And like, oh, here's the picture I ended up with. And it's like, have fun, and I had no consideration that like this will be a nightmare because it's all yellow. You know, like that's not fun for me. Like this isn't gonna be to me a good puzzle. It could be, you know, if I really focused maybe on texture in here and gave you some, like there's also in like Sudoku, I already mentioned this once today, but maybe I can give a different example. Um, well, Sudoku is the one I know, but like even in variant Sudoku, there's often like a way forward. There's always a way forward that where you don't have to guess, right? There's sort of like a logical next step. And sometimes it's hard to find that step because there might only be one of them. But I want there to be like a logical next step for a piece. You know, maybe with a puzzle, you do like, again, with the edge, you can start with a gradient. You know, the gradient goes from here to here. It's not just like, there's no trial and error, right? It's, if you can recognize that this is a gradient, you can solve the edge. And then once you get the edge, maybe you don't know what to start, but you can, okay, then you could solve this because there's a way forward. There's a clear edge here that's orange, right? Or you could start to follow this edge out here, and then by the time you've done this edge and this edge, now there's like, you know, maybe subtle texture here, you know, that you could then fit, then you could base on the texture, right? But before then you couldn't have done that because there was just too much of it, right? And so like there's sort of a way forward, and I think, you know, maybe you have to jump between, you know, gradient of color to value and shape to texture. Like maybe there's, you know, you have to find the right spot, but there should always be something, I think, that allows you to move forward without just like trial and error guessing pieces. That's my thought, right? And this is from someone who enjoys puzzles, has done quite a bit of them throughout my life, but I'm not like super into the puzzle community or anything. I feel like there should be a way for it. I think that the solid blue color sky, unless you're intentionally choosing a puzzle for that, I feel like that's just bad design. I think you can make things hard without requiring guessing, kind of. A single dark blue, seven, yeah. Yeah, I mean there will always be like the extreme difficulty setting puzzles, and you know, solid white puzzles, solid red puzzles. There's like a whole slew of them. You know, there's like like borderline brain teaser puzzles where like, you know, all edge piece puzzles where like every single piece has a flat edge piece to like just make it awful. Like that's the whole point, is that it fits together in a way that is just all edge pieces. Like I think there's also a puzzle where there's no edge pieces because they're like weird shapes, and like the edge pieces, or like the edge pieces are in the middle of the puzzle and then the actual edge pieces are the pieces you wouldn't even think are on the like, so you'd have a puzzle cut that looks like this, or like, or something like this would be the edge, would be an edge piece, but then in here it would connect to like, here, let's put a little divot here, and then in here you would have a piece that looks like this or something. And so, you know, you would look at this and like, oh, that's the corner piece, but it would actually connect in a weird way, you know, and then this piece would go like this or something, and then it would have another corner piece here, and then this piece would, you know, whatever, that's a corner. So like you have these like false edge pieces, right? Um there are, circle puzzles where there's also circle edge pieces within the puzzle, right? There's all sorts of interesting cuts to make a hard puzzle. But again, even then, the cut is hard, but you can still have an image that is doable, right? Like, again, that's just like one knob you can turn to make your puzzle difficulty go up, is tricky cuts, right? But anyway, I like that stuff. I just don't ever want to be in the point where I'm just throwing it all out the window. Like, if I want to make a hard puzzle, I want to make it hard intentionally, not just because I didn't consider, like, oops, I accidentally made all of this green and all this green in the same. So, yeah. I am starting out on easy mode, though. This is definitely easy. Can be like an arms race. Game and puzzle time. Yeah, I don't quite know what you mean by that, but you mean just like based on what the players want versus what, like, I don't quite know what you mean by that, but in the analogy, but I'm sure when you explain it, it'll make sense to me. Yeah, I just find them really interesting and fascinating. And again, I'm not trying to, you know, there's always like the 1% who likes the super duper difficulty, you know, mode. That's like the least forgiving. But again, that's not the norm. That's not the your everyday average puzzler. And I don't really want to, at least not at the start. I don't want to design around that, right? That's not. That's a very niche product. And I just don't feel like it teaches me, right? I'm not gonna learn good puzzle illustration skills by making a solid white puzzle. There's nothing there. What am I learning from that, right? I want to get better at this, and it's very hard to get better when you have no control over, like, it's just hard for, I don't know. Anyone can make a hard maze, just make it super tiny and tight and huge and like, yeah, okay, that's hard, but like, congrats. Making something hard isn't inherently hard. It's making it difficult but fun, right? It's like, again, some people like fun and just pure hardness, purely masochistic. That's fine. Actually, I kind of do, but I can't use myself as an example there because that's not most people. Make it tiny. No, like make the if you wanted to make like a maze that's hard to do, you would just make the lines very tiny, right? Very intricate, and you just make it massive. Just scale it up to a billion, you know, make it a billion, make it a mile wide and a mile long and a millimeter long, you know, intricate thing. Yeah, that's a hard puzzle, but like, is it fun? Is it exciting? Is it interesting to do? Does it give you a variety of experiences, or is it just the same monotonous thing all the time? There's a big difference, I think, between purely hard and like designing an experience, you know? And again, I'm not an expert at this, but also thank you for the follow. But it is definitely something that I want to consider. I don't know. I've been watching a lot of uh, the it's a Sudoku channel, but cracking the cryptic, great channel by the way. He solves like variant Sudokus, but he kind of that's the thing when I watch him. Like he will have puzzles that will take him to like he's extremely good at it. But, like an easy puzzle will take him 40 minutes to solve. That's like a variant. It's not just a standard Sudoku. He can do that in probably like 5 minutes. But like a variant puzzle that's fairly simple after he figures out what the heck the rules are saying, he can he'll solve like a good variant puzzle in like 40ish minutes, and he'll be talking through it. But like a hard variant puzzle, he might take like 3 hours to solve or something. But it's still an experience of like it takes like there's always a theme. It takes you through sort of a journey, and you have to figure out what the theme is, or like there's always something. There's something that is. It's not just pure hardness for hardness sake. It's like once you've sort of cracked it, you're like, oh, that was really cool. Like that was a neat thing that happened, right? Mechanically, it was like there was a way forward that was interesting. Oh, I get you. I wasn't sure what you meant for a moment. Yeah, I used kind of a contradicting word there. A tiny puzzle that's huge. What? What does that mean? But yeah. So yeah, that's kind of my goal with this. Again, I don't. Maybe this is amateur hour. But anyway, as always, I am interested to know what everybody's working on. If anybody would like to share. I'm kind of just making little like swirlies and stuff up here, little swooshy shapes. I don't know quite if this is going to look good or not. Um, some of this here, if we go back to our piece shape, roughly, some of this is a little, bland. So I am thinking like, having some sort of shape in here that will go within the size of this. So like if this is, we're trying to get this all in the blue right now, and so having some sort of shape that will cut across. So there's never going to be a piece that doesn't have a color or a shape to connect it. There's always going to be a way forward, right? No just solid chunk of blue. That's the theme of this puzzle, is easy mode. Baby's first puzzle. That's what this is. I will say I have a hunch if I do this again, I will do things like limit myself of like like what if you did a puzzle in black and white? And so now it's more about shape and design rather than color. Or what if you did a color or a puzzle where you actually don't have that many different shapes, but you do rely on more gradients or something. Just like you're basically like right now I'm trying to use all of them. Right? I'm trying to use all the tools in my toolbox, and hopefully it will, be kind of simple because of that. But just like with art, right? If you want to do a painting with like in black and white, you rely on values, right? Or if you want to do a painting without overlapping shapes, without a foreground, midground, background, um, you might use like dramatic lighting or textures or something or color to differentiate it. But what if you're going to do a black and white painting without overlapping values, so there's no atmosphere, and like like if you limit yourself, right, then you have to rely on other things a little bit more strongly, right? Um, and I think that's always an option, and it's certainly an interesting one. But I wouldn't want to start there. I don't think I would ever tell like a total beginner. Well, maybe not. Maybe if you were just learning, you would, right? You'd be like, do a painting in purely black and white and no color. Like any other creative thing, it's always better to make what you like rather than try to predict what others. True, true. I agree. I agree. I enjoy the mechanics of it, and that's kind of what I'm trying to focus on is like those knobs. I'm trying to focus on those because I think those are fun. The way people interact with a puzzle, the way I would interact with a puzzle. Um, so yeah, I am making what I think is fun. And again, we were actually talking about this earlier with like potential tattoos and stuff, and how I was saying I don't think I could ever get a tattoo because my opinion changes. But even what I think is fun changes. You know, if I after I paint a couple puzzles like this, I'd be like, you know what, let's mix it up. Let's challenge myself. Let's paint a puzzle where, you know, there are no hard edges, you know? Only gradients, only subtle color shifts, only texture changes, but no hard edges, right? I like I like that challenge of sort of there's still a way forward, but it's trickier, right? We're going down like more and more difficult mode, but it's also more difficult for me as the artist, right? When you start removing, you know, when you start limiting yourself, it becomes fun. You know, making the painting is like a puzzle in and of itself. Um, so yeah, like I think like to any sort of beginning artist, right? My advice would almost always be like, you know, learn the rules of like how to add depth, right? If you want to paint environment, um, learn how to add depth, right? There's overlap, right, of shapes. And obviously, with shapes, to overlap, you have to have values. You also have linear perspective, right? You have you can contour stuff. So this is also perspective, but more like contours or form, I guess. Show the form, right? You have texture. Like there's different scale, right? You have scale with objects. Um, and so like you know, if you're just starting, you would use all of those, right? Don't just be like, I only want to use, you know, overlapping shapes, but I'm gonna keep, you know, I'm gonna get rid of everything else. Like, you could do that, but that would be like unnecessarily hard. And there's like, you know, there's a point to be made to like start, you know, to understand the fundamentals on a way where you can apply them all. But then, you know, then you can start dialing them back. So this is new for me for this kind of way of working, but it's fun. Uh, Archley, Archley, I like your name. Uh, on YouTube asks, which movies, books would you get inspiration from? Oof, inspiration is such a weird, tricky thing to even. I mean, life. I know it's not a movie or book. I mean, it kind of depends. So I feel like my inspiration in quotes comes from there's like two distinct things, right? There's like the I get very I've been talking about this a lot, but like the fundamentals basically. I like the mechanics of how a picture works, right? So even an educational book like, you know, these are inspiring to me in that they can teach me something about how pictures work, and then I can go back, ooh, I want to try to apply that, right? I like that stuff. So like or literally, hold on. I got a book over here I'm reaching, or this book. It's literally called how how pictures work. uh, these books to me are inspiring because they are educational and they teach me something new. I'm like, oh, I want to try that. I want to, you know, I can play with this thing in my own work. I don't think that's what you mean though. Um, otherwise, just things that interest me, right? But like even like what I'm doing today, I don't know when you popped into chat. This is the uh no, I'm just showing two books. But so it's like I will get inspired by just learning new things, and I'm like I wanna apply that, and then I get excited to like the first time I heard about uh uh um, well like any type of lighting like dappled lighting. I'm like, oh, I want to paint a scene with dappled lighting. This is cool, you know? Or oh, subsurface scattering. That's neat. Let's make a dragon with the sunset behind him and the light will be shining through its wings and there will be this cool orange glow subsurface scattering. Like what a cool, you know, what a cool thing to do. That's inspiring to me. Um but also just like things I'm interested in. You know, like this painting for example, this is kind of in the same realm as the learning thing, where it's like this is the first illustration for that's specifically I want to make for a puzzle. And so I like the mechanics. I like thinking about how to make a picture work in sort of a different context. Like, some art is meant to be viewed very tiny, and so the graphical read is really important. Others aren't going to be viewed from zoomed out, but they're going to be viewed from zoomed in, right? Puzzles are oftentimes viewed from zoomed in. So they need a slightly different way of designing things. Well, not need, but, they benefit from a different way of looking at them when you're looking at them at this close, right? And so there's kind of just like a different. I like those sort of thinking about that stuff makes me excited. But also just like my interests, right? I like landscapes, obviously. I like fantasy stuff. I'm inspired by anything fantasy. I like magical things. I don't know. I like a lot of stuff. I think as far as like movies or books or something, I can't remember the last time where like I read a book. I'm like, I want to paint something based on it. Or I think the way that I do get inspired by stuff though is like if I read a book that is very technical, let's say I'm reading like The Martian, right? And he's solving technical problems. I might want to do something that is more technical. It's kind of weird. I don't know if that's normal. Or if I paint a book that's like, happy and cheery, I'm like, I want to paint something that's also happy and cheery. It's not necessarily going to relate, but it's kind of sort of, or like if I paint something that's dark and gloomy, I might be sort of, just feeling like paint. This happens a lot where like I'll be playing a game and there will be like I don't know, some spaceship or something that has these certain shape design. And just like I find that the next time I sit down to paint, even if I'm not thinking about it, I just kind of gravitate towards certain shapes and moods. And so I would argue that's a type of inspiration. So that's kind of those in that way, but I think it's more the problem. I like the problem of like, how can I show this thing with limited information in a way that is so like one of my go-to examples is like painting a floating island. I think floating islands are cool, but like they can also be really easy to paint, right? So like for example, you want to paint a floating island, put a sky, put a ground, maybe a foreground, midground thing, and then put the island above the sky, right? Like, or put it above the ground, and now it's floating, right? You have a building, and like that's really simple, right? You've got a bigger one in the foreground, boom, floating islands, easy peasy. But what if you wanted to show this from an aerial view? Suddenly, you don't have these clearly distinguished shapes, right? Like you don't have a clear foreground, midground, background if you're going to view it from above. You know, like I mean like directly above. Right now you have a ground and you have what, like a shape? How do you know that this is floating? See, suddenly you have a problem, right? Like, do you put like an offset shadow? Maybe you put the lighting over this direction and then the shadow is like underneath, right? How do you show this in a way? Maybe you want to put a river underneath, and the river is gonna come through here, and maybe you're gonna put some clouds and some birds flying that are clearly flying underneath the thing. But like it's much harder, right? It's much harder to draw something from that view and to show that it's floating. So I like those challenges a little bit, where like you're kind of setting yourself up with hard mode, and you're like, I want to try to communicate this in a way that is still communicating it well. Um, but sometimes it's also just like one idea leads to the next. So like a painting like this, I might just have started with some random shapes, and suddenly there's like, oh, red thorns, and I start thinking about like what kind of creature might live here, or maybe there's a little house in here and maybe it's camouflaged, or who would live here? Maybe these things are like big strawberry bushes and there's big strawberries here, and now we're at like the scale of a little mouse, and so we draw a mouse in here, and like I like, sometimes it's just like a progressive, like I start with something basic and then it builds and I go with the flow. So it kind of depends. I feel like there's the, um, Ashley, I assume your name's Ashley. I don't know. Archley says, do you plan your paintings or do you go with the flow? Kind of both. I mean, I think the planning stage is a little bit going with the flow, but at some point, as the story evolves, I will be willing to then take a step back. So, for example, it also just depends on what I'm doing. Sometimes like the way a painting will progress is, well, let's take this one that I'm working on right now, right? All I knew when I started was that I wanted little colors, right? I wanted distinct colors and distinct shapes, because it was going to be for a puzzle and I wanted it to be easy. And so I didn't even know when I started that this was going to be tense. In fact, if I merge all my layers together, this was my sketch. So actually, here I think I knew, I kind of had a rough idea that there would be some buildings or houses or something, and I thought maybe they would be different colors. But like this was my initial sketch, and I actually stuck pretty close to it. But I didn't really know exactly what was going to happen. I didn't actually, at this point, I didn't even know the sky was going to be blue. I thought it might just be blown out in white. But then you can see that I added some shapes, and I started to figure stuff out. But somewhere along the way, I thought, you know what? What if I make these more swooshy? Okay, well, I like that motif, right? There's sort of like a windswept hill vibe, right? You kind of have these motifs. And I didn't know until later, and then I started emphasizing it a little bit more, more swooshy, more here. And now I'm thinking, well, what if I really design these trees to be like, curvy and swirly? Like that kind of came about because of me trying to make these things fit the mood. So a lot of but I could also at this point, not that I would, because I'm kind of rendering it already, but sometimes once I get to this point and now I have a pretty clear idea of what it's going to be, I will actually start over. I'll go back to the drawing board and say, now I know what I'm going to paint. Now let's start doing some real sketches that aren't developing the idea, but now it's just like solving the problem of composition. What is the best way to show swooshy, buildings with swooshy trees and swirls, and like how do I want to show this in a more pleasing way? Maybe I want to show it a little bit more top-down view. Maybe it's on a hill, and maybe there's just better ways to show it now. So sometimes it's kind of like I'll do all of it, and I'm not afraid to like iterate and go back. Sometimes I just go with the flow and call it a day. It kind of depends. You don't usually start with a story you're trying to tell, then figure out how to tell the story. You don't usually start with a story you're trying to tell, then then figure out the story evolves. Yeah, I think typically if you're the one designing the story evolves as you go. You might have a vague idea of where you want to go. Like in this painting, I knew that I wanted lots of colors. I knew I want lots of textures, and so I'm still going to add lots of textures. I have sort of some requirements for it, and pretty early on, I knew it was going to be a happy, cheery painting, right? I knew that I didn't want a dark and gloomy painting, right? You can even see from this, right? Pretty obvious that this is not a dark and gloomy painting, but all it was like a field with some sheep, and like, okay. But I knew requirements, right? I knew the mechanics of it because it's a puzzle, and puzzles have their own set of, like, interesting mechanics you can employ. So that was this one, but not every painting's like that. I don't know. It kind of depends. To me, it almost doesn't matter where I start. I'm pretty happy to go with the flow. I think that's pretty much how I am. Going with the flow is fun. But obviously, if it's for, like, a commission, you can't do that, right? You can't just be like, I'm going to put whatever I want. Oh, I want to put a spaceship up here? Let's put a spaceship. I can't do that if it's for a commission, right? You can't just put a helicopter in every painting because they're cool. Are helicopters cool? I don't know. There's our helicopter. You can't just do that in every painting, and so I obviously I don't. So, like, I don't know. I like the constraints. But yeah, I don't know. Was that answering your question? And then you asked, do I ever paint traditionally? Um, Not really, not anymore. I mean, I have painted tradition. I don't like it, not as much. Mixing paint is hard. It takes a lot of effort to set up and clean up your paints. Um, but yeah, no, I've oil painted. I'm not great at it. I feel like the hardest part is sort of the consistency in mixing paint, the waiting for it to dry, the setup, the cleanup. I think in theory though, like I can pretty much anything I paint on, like the way that I would do it now. I think I could paint any painting that I have. I could do in oils, but I would just plan it first digitally. I would do this stage, um, and then I would just once I get to like this stage, I would just start painting in oils, because I can get there. It's just some of the fussing over the difference between like wet paint and dry paint and the values and the subtle mixing color. Like it's not second nature to me where like if I want it like to warm a color up, that I'm like, oh, I'll just add a little bit of like the right color and it'll warm up a little bit, right? Like I'll probably overshoot, then I'll have to go back and I'll be like, okay, well, let's go make it more saturated. Oh, I went too far. Let's add some contrast. Like I kind of have to fiddle with stuff in traditional, and like I can get there. It's just kind of tedious. But like my understanding of painting is still the same. So like I'm not gonna settle until it's right, kind of like, and I'll get it right. I know, when I look at something and it's like, oh, that value's off, or oh, it's too, there's a weird tangent here, that's connecting in a weird way. Like I'm not gonna settle for like just bad stuff in the, like the same skills are there. It's just I'm not quite as comfortable, I guess, with traditional. So I don't really do traditional. I think someday I will get more into traditional again, but it's been every while I go back to try and mix some paints and just get used to it again. Silkfield says, "Oh, I didn't know you do commissions. Is there a place where you can view baseline prices?" Nope. Nope. I do commissions. Generally, so if it's a non-commercial painting and just like a one-off image, well, I wanted to say up until this, because if I'm doing like hyper detailed stuff, I think I would have to up my prices significantly just for the amount of time invested. But generally, if it's like my other work on Instagram, or even like whatever the most detailed piece you can find from me on Instagram is, because not all of them are finished pieces, like 250 is typically what I'd start at for like a non-commercial, fully painted piece. But I think if we're getting into like hyper rendered stuff, which again isn't really something I do that much, so it's probably not even a thing at the moment. But yeah, that's what I would start. And then of course commercial stuff is a whole different thing. It depends on what you're using it for, how you're using it. There's obviously commercials different, right? Because every project's and the scope of the project's a little different. Like a background, for example, might not just be a background. It might be a background that's chopped up into layers so that you can animate it, or something might need to be like designed as well as just a pretty painting. But then there's also licensing, and depending on, is it for merch or is it for a one-time thing? Like there's always for different stuff. So, but yeah, commercial's different. But I think that's probably, I would just say like 250 for a standard thing. What is bulk? See, that's tough. What is bulk? What if it's bulk thumbnails, non-commercial, want quality to show, want quantity to show off your D&D character at your table? Well, see, I wouldn't do characters. If you know me, I don't do characters. So I wouldn't do character art. I wouldn't take a commission for character art, because I don't do character art. Like if it's like a full illustration and there's a character in it, sure, that's fine. But if the character is more than like 25% of the painting, I'm not I'm not the right person for the job, right? But if you want like a character sitting on a log eating a sandwich, you know, and it's taking up this amount of space, whatever, I could do it. I might charge you extra, but because that requires more work on my part to like get references and make sure the quality doesn't suck, and it's just, you know, but yeah, so it depends. I don't, it's hard. I don't have an easy time just like a one size fits all price. I know some people like that. I just feel like there's too many things to take into consideration. I don't know. Thank you for the follow, by the way, earlier. Vegas says the story evolves as you go. I usually have a big story already written in my head, and some of the scene to show, I want to show from the perspective before I start painting drawing. Yeah. I think everybody works a little different in that regard. Like I know a lot of like Magic the Gathering illustration, right? They have an extensive story. They know the designs oftentimes are already figured out. It's pretty much just a matter of like you are going to illustrate this thing. You have some freedom. We'll tell you what's required. Everything else is up to you, right? If it's required, the art directors have thought about what's required. If there's a style guide, they've written it up, and you're getting the prompt, you're getting the brief, and you will follow the brief. And oftentimes there's a lot of freedom, sometimes there's not as much, depends on the illustration, and it kind of goes that way, right? And by the time you're done, all the artists have done their work, and it kind of makes this cohesive story. But it's, yeah, so everything's different, right? Okay, I think I'm getting tired because I have not made progress on this in the last 45 minutes. Silk feels so, I mean, as long as I get a nice scene going, I could Photoshop my own character in there. I remember when you were doing quick thumbnails and I sent the character PNG and you drew a background around it. I would ask something like, can you make me 9 thumbnails for your PNG? I don't know. I don't know how I would price that. Because the issue with thumbnails, when it's for a, like, a client, that there's a tricky thing. So, like, when I do thumbnails for myself, 9 out of 10 of them can suck, right? Because the goal is to find the one I want to work on. But if I'm doing, like, concept art for, say, a client, and they want 9 totally viable sketches, every one of them needs to kind of work, right? So it's different because there is a level of quality that it's not just like, oh, let me just sketch something and it'll work, because that's not always the case. Sometimes I sketch stuff and it's awful, and that's the whole part of the process is to figure it out. And so I wouldn't want to give you, you know, 5 awful sketches and 4 okay sketches, right? If you're paying for 9 sketches, so like a sketch for me has that variance. That's part of the point of the sketch, is to have a wide variety of variance of like quality, is because I'm actively exploring ideas. So it's tricky. Yeah, so it's tricky if you're just asking for 9 sketches. I feel like I would, it's hard for me to send someone something for money when and not knowing the quality of it, what it's gonna be, right? So unless you were to pay me like hourly and I was just to paint for a certain amount of hours, but then again, there's no guarantee that you're gonna get quality, and that's tough for me, right? As somebody who is, you know, again, it's not a commercial thing. I don't quite know how I would approach that, right? Because if I just paint until I have 9 thumbnails that would look nice, that might be 10 hours. It might also be not 10 hours. Like, I don't know. Sometimes I fumble over. I mean, you've seen me on stream. Sometimes on stream, it takes me a while, and I struggle to get, you know, 6 good ones. Other days, I can crank out 6 that are kind of cool. But also, there's another wrench in this whole plan. When I'm painting for myself and it's the sky's the limit, it's much easier to say, oh, I think it would look cool if I put something right here. if you said I want a desert, I can't just put a floating rock in the desert. Like that may not be allowed, and so there's constraints, and the constraints create challenges, and the challenges slow me down, and so it's sort of it's almost a different process entirely. Like the end result might look the same, but the way I got there is so different because the constraints were different. So then we're getting into like concept art, right? We're getting into design and problem solving and that kind of thing. Um, so it's tricky. This stuff is hard for me to price because it's I don't know. I'd have to think about it. I don't even know how I would start. I don't know if doing like time blocks would be a thing. Um, I think for like commercial work, there's it's like, okay, if you want quality, you're gonna I'll do the quality until it's there, and if it takes me longer, it'll take me longer, and like as long as they understand that. But for a personal project, that's just a hard sell. I think that's something that I'm not I have a weird relationship with money, and so I would feel bad putting someone in a situation where they don't know what they're gonna get and I don't know what they're gonna get, and yet they're paying me anyway. That's just that feels sketchy, and I'm that might make me uncomfortable because I haven't really done commissions like that. Unless you were willing, like I think what I would have to do now that I'm talking through it out loud is for a commission like that, I would just have to charge enough to where I know for sure that I can deliver without having to feel like I'm working for pennies on the dollar kind of. Like I don't want to put in 40 hours for $100 of work, right? That's not worth it. I can't afford to do that. And so I would have to make sure it's like, because like obviously with a fully rendered painting, right? I don't know how long it's going to take either, right? It might come about really quick, but there also might be challenges. But I've done enough fully rendered paintings that I have a pretty good idea of how long it's going to take, and so I can base on that. But when we're talking about like 9 sketches that are kind of goodish but not really, it's a little harder for me to know. So I'd have to really think about it, which is not something I think I want to do on stream. But if you are serious about it and you know what you would like, feel free to like email me or something, and I'm happy to think about it and try to get back to you. But I think on stream it's hard for me to think about this. Because I think sometimes there's this, and this is not so much about you, this is more just in general. There's sort of this idea that like, oh, it's just a sketch, so it shouldn't be as expensive. But sometimes it's the sketchy stuff that is the hardest. So like 9 sketches might be far more work than one finished painting, right? Like, but it's just a sketch. Sketches can go quick. Well, not if they're supposed to be good. Like, so it's tricky. And also 9's a lot, but it's totally doable. I don't know. Again, I can email, but I want to ask first because it would feel bad if you thought about it, named a price, and then realized I can't. Well, yeah. I mean, if that's what you're thinking is 9 sketches for a D&D thing. So here, I can show you. So I do have a reference for this. So I actually have done a commission for somebody, and I actually didn't charge much because I made it very clear that quality will be up in the air, but they did a lot of initial work. So they basically set it up like a Magic the Gathering brief. And I told them that I did 4 sketches, 50. It was technically for commercial work, but I didn't really factor that in too much. It was honestly mostly just like my time, and I didn't know how long it would take me. And I can show you. they're very, very loose, but I think this is kind of along the lines of what you were talking about. If I can find them. Here. So these were for a commission. Hey, Puffles, how's it going? I am working on a puzzle illustration. I'm working on a puzzle illustration. Also, I just realized that this being green looks very funky. This probably will be more orange. Something like that, maybe? I don't know. Anyway, we'll have to figure out what the color's going on there. But anyway, yeah, I'm working on a puzzle illustration. It has its own set of challenges. But I was talking about commissions for a brief moment. But so here, let me show you my screen. So these were very, very, they were commissions for a tabletop RPG project, basically like a D&D campaign type thing. They were very, very loose, but there was pretty good descriptions of more or less, like, so this one and this one, nope, not that one, this one and that one. So this and that. These were very open. These were basically like, this one said pretty much like, you're deep in the jungle, there's a fork in the road, there's signs showing, there's a fork in the road with a signpost, and like a place where the adventurers can sit, right? So like maybe they discuss where they want to go, they can sit down, but basically it was like a little bit, jungly, they were deep, and also I think that they said, like midday or something, maybe not midday, but like it's sunny out, right? And then there was one, it's later in the day, you're deep in the jungle, but now it's turning to a swamp, and every step you take is harder and harder to walk. They kind of laid out like the time of day, that the sort of the mood was the big thing. These were basically mood sketches, right? They were setting the scene for the players. Very, very loose sketches. I charged $50 for each of these. This one was more robust in the description because it was like a specific place. So there was like, 2 guards or atop a guard tower. And so like they were but they were just like, again, very mood sketches. So the idea was like, it progresses in time. I didn't order these in the correct way, but like there was like, the day is still young, and then it's, you come here, you pass, and then they allow you into the swamp, and then nighttime falls and you're at this place. There's like a ceremony taking place. But even this is like, it's hard to see these, there's like characters in the foreground. You can hardly see them. It's just dark. There's like a flower thingy in the middle that you can hardly see. They're very, very loose. But they went with like a big description, and so it was a bit more clear. So the quality is, but again, I charged $50 for these because unlike a normal thumbnail, I wasn't going to send it over until I knew that it kind of sort of did the thing that they were looking for, right? It wasn't just like, let me whip up a 15-minute stream painting, because sometimes those paintings don't end up the way that I want, especially when I have constraints as tight as like, 2 guards sit on a tower, there's like a gate, but there's walls with spikes and stuff, and you can maybe see some stuff behind it and maybe not, and like there's a path, like, there's sort of when you have constraints, there's more problems to solve, and sometimes those problems can take a while. So I mean, I could do that, but for $50 a piece, if that's something that you would be interested in, I don't know. Everybody's different in that regard. So. Go down the middle because they're both wrong? Yeah, maybe. Also, thank you for the follow. Silk Beal said, yeah, so quantity is what I'm looking for, and I watch your stream early, so I know your average thumbnails looks like the ones you think kind of don't look good still. Well, yeah, but it also depends on if you're looking for specific stuff, right? There's a difference if you're requesting an idea, and not you specifically, but just like the general, like the process changes when there's a prompt versus when there's no prompt. If I can paint whatever I want, I might paint a robot, right? Because I think it's looking cool, and maybe I made some rough shapes that that vaguely looked like a robot. And so I'm like, you know what? Let's turn this in. I don't paint robots, you know that. But if I did, I might be like, oh, this is kind of looking like a robot, and oh, now it's an Amogus. But like, I have the control over that. For your D&D campaign, I'm not going to be able to give you this. Even if it looks super cool, this isn't going to work for your D&D campaign, right? And so there's more restrictions on what is and isn't going to work, right? Not just anything is going to work, right? And so I'm afraid I hopefully I haven't deceived you from you watching my stream to make it like, oh, I can just, you know, everything I make is great. Well, no, that's because I'm allowed, when something's going wrong, I'm allowed to just turn it in a different direction. I'm not always allowed to do that on a commission. It's a very it's hard, it's kind of hard to articulate, but it's not the same process, right? It's like saying write me a cool story or write me a very specific story about 1950s London, right? Like those are very different. One requires research and nuance. The other is just like I can write anything. It's cool. It's easy to do, right? You can just start typing right now. And the other is like, okay, how do I begin? How am I going to fit enough info? What's the characters got to be realistic. Like there's a lot more difficulty to do a very specific thing that requires like for you to hit a certain target, um if it looks futuristic, I'd be like, oh cool, it's sci-fi fan art. I mean, yeah, if that's something that you are okay with. So yeah, it kind of depends on the scope of the project, right? I think if there's a mood that you have in mind, if there's like a setting, fantasy, sci-fi, whatever, or a genre, I guess. Yeah, feel free to email me and give me some of the details. And this goes for anybody. If you ever want, if you're ever curious on like a commission or something, feel free to hit me up. But yeah, I think generally if it's like a mood sketch, let me know. Or if it's like a finished illustration, that matters too. Yeah. But I have actually mentioned this before, because I am always a little concerned that that like the way that I paint is a little misleading. And actually, last time I rated Anthony Wheeler's stream, very briefly, he mentioned maybe I would, me and him talked very briefly about maybe me sometime joining on for Chaotic Draw Along. And like that might give people, hopefully, a little bit more of just how unpredictable my art might be when I'm given a random thing. Like he's very good about just like, line drawing silly doodles and making them look good. I'm not as confident. I think if I'm given like silly prompts, I might flounder a bit. But it'll be fun, we'll see. I mean, I've done this before. But yeah. You can send Moolah over Ko-fi, yep, or straight through PayPal. PayPal's probably easier, because I think Ko-fi technically uses PayPal, so it's kind of like, But yeah, whatever's easier for you. PayPal, Ko-fi. I typically, yeah. I have Ko-fi, so you could send it over that. Yeah, I mean, I think just since people are maybe curious, generally for payment stuff, I do 50% upfront, or sometimes, depending on the person, little trade secret, depending on the person, I might even do 100% upfront if I feel like I'm getting sketchy vibes. But no, I think for most people, especially if you're like a regular viewer, 50% upfront, 50% upon completion. But I reject, I have the right to reject a commission. Just because you want a commission and I say I'm open for commissions does not mean I'm going to do anything and everything. Some stuff I just am going to feel that I'm not the right person for it. And that's the way I prefer to work, which is also one of the reasons why I don't actively advertise that I'm taking commissions, is because I want people to reach out so I can make a choice and be like, I think I'm not going to take this one. Because time is an issue. And I've mentioned before, but personal commissions are not a thing that I don't mind taking them. I obviously do, and I have in the past, and I probably will continue. But it's not a thing that like I want to be the main thing I do. I kind of in some ways want to phase out personal commissions because they can take just as much time, but quite frankly, you're getting paid a heck of a lot less because they, there's no licensing, there's no stakes really. It's more of just like, I don't know. It's like a one-off thing. It's I don't know. They're not my favorite. Let's put it that way. I do enjoy the ones that I work on because again I get to choose, but it's not. Yeah. So anyway, that's why I don't typically have like a pricing sheet. Okay, I don't know what I'm doing here. I'm just noodling. I think this is a good spot to end the stream. Is when you're noodling this hard. I might end up repainting all of this, so it's kind of probably not ideal. I've been working on this thing for so long, and then I'm like, wait, do I even want any of this here? Is this gonna be trees? I kind of like these as trees. I think my rules would be something like people trying to live in a ruined city where most of the city is broken, but maybe one kind of nice building in the background. Other than that, you do you. Yeah, 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 stuff like that, right? Or and if there's like, I think if there's like a requirement, like the style, if there's like a themed or a style that you kind of, I oftentimes will ask for additional like, if there's like a reference material that you know of in your head, um, sometimes the person's like, nope, I'm happy with whatever you do and it's open ended. Um, I think another thing is I'm not I don't think I'm the greatest communicator. I do try, and I've done enough commissions to kind of know where my pitfalls are a little bit of like what I struggle with, and so I kind of know ahead of time to like ask the right questions. Um, but I think one of the tricky things with personal commissions is that sometimes people have an idea of what they want, but they don't articulate it to you. And so if you don't say it and I assume it's up to me and then I do the thing and you're like, oh no, that's way wrong, like that's tricky, right? Whereas like if it was like an art director or something, they'd probably have experience saying, here are the things that are required, here's the style guides, here's whatever. you know if there is a character, you get to choose ethnicity, height, size, whatever. You get to choose what they're doing, but they also must have this thing on them, right? Like sometimes there's options, and that where you have freedom is very clear, and where you don't is also very clear. Um, it, yeah, I mean, the more stuff like that, the better. I don't really like trying to mind read, especially in like a one-off commission. Again, if it's like a bigger project where the pay is higher and I can afford more time to like iterate and try things, um, then I'm happy to like, kind of spitball ideas and throw them out there and feel out the water. But like if it's a one-time thing for a one-time pay for, and I don't feel like I can afford to dump 40 hours into it or 50 hours or more, then I don't want to be like trying to guess kind of, because that's tricky. The more guesswork, the more like concept arty, designery. You're trying to do lots of ideas. They pick a couple, you refine them. Um, but that's going to require its own sort of process, right? That's different than just like paint a bunch of paintings, kind of. I don't know. It's tricky, so it kind of depends on what's being asked. And as long as it's clear and I know and you know and we are on the same page, then we can always strike a deal. Is there a theme you don't enjoy painting was doing as much? Mm, I mean, I don't know. Probably. Is that an answer? Probably. I mean, I think. Oh gosh, I hate. This is where I'm never answering a question straight to the point. It kind of depends. There are definitely subjects where I'm not as good at painting them, and so if I'm getting paid for it, I might feel like I'm being a letdown. But again, I think as long as we're on the same page, I could enjoy painting lots of things. Um, but like, I wouldn't be happy doing like character and animal illustration to maybe animals okay, but like character illustration to a high degree when I feel like I'm not happy with the work, but I still feel like I have to deliver it. Like, I don't have fun painting stuff when I don't think I did a good job, right? I want it to be something that I'm comfortable doing, unless it's explicitly stated that like this is not going to be a product in and of itself, right? If it's like concept art and I need to do a character design, whatever. I'll do like a T-posed paper doll cutout thing, whatever, right? If that's going to work, it'll work. That's fine. But if it's going to be like, I want this to be an illustrated thing and it needs to look nice, and I have to do a character and I can't get it right, and I'm like, I've spent way too long on this thing, that's where it starts sucking, right? Like, it just becomes like a nightmare where no matter what I do, it's never going to be worth it for me in terms of money. You're going to not be happy with the results because I'm struggling, and we're both going to be unhappy, and it's just not good for either. Those are the ones that I don't like doing. So generally I would say for personal work, it's the stuff that I don't do. The characters, the complicated poses with characters. Particular, I don't mind some characters. If it's like a character walking in a scene, their backs to us or something, or maybe they're walking towards us, but they're this big in the painting. That's fine. I can do characters there. But if it's like a full on like splash art, like League of Legends style of a character in your screen, that I'm not going to be happy with that, unless I'm allowed to work on it even longer, which means more money, and then you're not going to be happy because then I'm overcharging for something that someone else could probably. Again, it kind of depends, right? It also depends on why you want it. That's another important part. Like, if you just want it because I made it, right? Like, kind of like fine art style thing. Like, I like your work. I want you to make something. Then whatever. I'll go wild with it and have fun. But if it's like a very specific product and it needs to be a specific way, like maybe I'm not the best person for certain things. So I think for personal work, I think I care a little bit more about. I know this is gonna sound bad. Like, obviously I care about delivering something that's good, regardless of who's paying. But I think for like a company, there can be an understanding that like this is part of the process, and sort of if it takes time, it takes time. But I think for like a one-time off payment for personal work, there's in some way there's more pressure, right? Because like it's your hard-earned money. It's not a company's budget that they have set aside and they know the risks, right? It's like anybody who's worked with artists a lot are gonna understand that there's variance, right? But when it's you hiring me, there's a sample size of one, right? It's this thing is gonna either work or it's not, and if it doesn't, you're out. Like, that's bad for you, right? And obviously it's bad for me. And so there's kind of extra pressure, right? Like, it's in some ways I feel much more pressure when it's an individual, because I feel like that money means more in some way, which I know isn't really true. Like, again, it kind of means, I don't know. Maybe that's a bad way of thinking about it. Hopefully you guys get what I'm saying. But I don't know. It's tricky. It's one of the reasons why personal commissions can be a little finicky for me. But it kind of depends. Like, I told you guys once, I had someone reach out to me who wanted me they said, "Hey, do you do concept art?" I'm like, "Sure, I can do concept art." They're like, "Great. I have a real life log cabin that I'm redesigning, and I want you to make it look fantasy so that I can build it in real life." I'm like, "What? What makes you think I'm the right person for this job?" Like how they literally wanted me to architect their like concept art. Like they wanted me to be an architect for an existing thing where I'm unaware of like any of the structural needs. I am not the right person. I had to turn them down. I'm like, look, it sounds cool, but I am not doing a real life design project for some cabin in which you're gonna like make redesign or something. I don't understand what they were planning, but like I just like I'm uncomfortable. I don't know how to I don't know how to price it. I've never done anything like that. Like I kind of think maybe I could, sorta, but it was a little sketchy. So that was the most, yeah. So that was a thing once. That was like a couple years ago. Uh, Melodic Miracle says that's fair. Sometimes it just depends on the situation mood. It sucks when you're stuck on something for so long. It does. And again, I don't mind that with like a commercial work, right? Because I think there's typically an understanding that like, well, one, they're probably paying me extra, so it feels like I can get away with spending a little longer anyway. But also just like I think there's a more of oftentimes there's more of an understanding of like there is sort of a process, there's iterative design, there's building things up, there's art direction, there's a lot of like I feel like the process oftentimes just is a little different for commercial work. Whereas like it's hard for me to justify having that much back and forth, and oftentimes the person sort of you, the client or whoever's art directing it, is like, I think okay. Let me back away. I think my ideal personal commissions are basically I like kind of what I just did one. It was for a D&D campaign. Um, it was sort of visual aid. It was a one-off illustration slash kind of concept art thing, but mostly illustration. And it's basically a one-off painting. And it was like I want a floating tower, or I want a floating not tower. I want a floating city in the sky, clouds, surrounded by clouds. You know, big enough that you can see some details, but not big enough that you can see some characters, kind of that stuff. And then otherwise, go wild, right? That was sort of the prompt. Kind of like what Vegas just said, if that was if that's what Vegas said was, you know, people trying to live in a ruined city where most of the city is broken, but maybe one kind of nice building in the background. Other than that, you do you. That would be an amazing prompt. If I had that freedom. Hey, Sarah, how's the park? Hope you're doing well. But yeah, if that were the prompt for a personal commission and I actually had the freedom and I genuinely felt that when you said you do you, that would be great, right? More supplemental material, the better. That way I can like, because sometimes like if Vegas were to say that and I started adding like, floating flying machines in the background, that might not work, right? Like sometimes when you do you doesn't actually mean you do you. There's still a lot of guesswork. And so it's I mean I don't like it when I have to play super conservative and try to get exactly what you want and like try there's always like this weird mind ready thing I feel like in personal commissions that doesn't quite exist in work where you're being paid like concept art where you're kind of you're gonna do a lot of concepts and a lot of them aren't gonna be chosen, and that way you can be a little bit more experimental, right? But if it's for like a one-off thing, it's hard. It's like I kind of have a hunch of what you actually want, but I don't just want to only deliver that, right? I don't want to be like the your personal chat GPT or whatever. Like I want to I'll have some freedom to actually make choices that I think are good because that's kind of what I'm bringing to the table in some ways, right? Like it is the choices that I make. I think that's what makes my art useful or valuable, right? Is that I'm making choices. It's not just like paint me a flower that's, this big and of, I don't know. Flowers are fine. Flowers are great. But it's I don't know. It's tricky. It's tricky. Good. A fashion shoot just asked to use my sketchbook in the shoot. Just closed, like, as a prop for the model. What? Wait, just like while at the park? You were just sketching in the park and then a fashion shoot nearby was just like, hey, can we use your sketchbook? That's hilarious. You should are you are you getting paid for it? Probably not, right? How does that work? I mean, surely they could just, I mean, they would just go buy a sketchbook if they needed, so probably not. They're probably just asking, right? That's kind of funny. I'd be like, whatever, why not? I think I like this brown back here. No, she's gonna uh, just hold it closed. Gotcha. That's kind of funny. But yeah, I hope your day in the park's going good. I am ready to end stream. So I know you just got here, Sarah, but I am heading out. My brain is mush, and I need food. But yeah, thanks everyone for being here. I really appreciate it. I had fun today. It was just kind of a rendery stream, but I say just, but it was actually a lot of fun. Because it's rare. It's rare that I do these render streams. Have a good night. Yeah, I've been live for about 4 hours now, or over 4 hours. And I got some stuff to do before bed. Then I got an early morning. But yeah, this is our puzzle. So here's what we did today. Before I wrap up, I'll recap. This is a puzzle, gonna be an illustration for a puzzle. The sheep still need work. I have references that I haven't used yet for them, but I'm gonna do the sheep, probably off stream, maybe on stream at some point. I don't know. But this is gonna be for a puzzle, like a jigsaw puzzle. So there's been a lot of little challenges of like making sections that are gonna be of different colors and different shapes. Like the red flower patch and pink flower patch and white flower patch, and then also like different colors here, different shapes, hopefully different patterns of stuff like on the trees. I even had like a little template, roughly the size of like a 300-piece puzzle piece, so that like if I were to put it here, for example, like, oh, maybe this is how big this is what you would see on the puzzle piece, right? That way there's sort of like, because I don't want like massive chunks of pure blue without some sort of gradient. I at least want there to be like a gradient from, dark on this side to light on this side, right? That way you can work through the gradient, or you could, there's going to be in these things, there's going to be like edges somewhere where you can be like, okay, this is going to be the top of a tree, but it's next to the sky. And so, like, no matter where you have the piece, there's going to be information you can use. So yeah, that's been a fun challenge for this painting, and I'm gonna end up detailing a lot on this. Obviously, I spent a lot of time on this stuff. Well, kind of. Made some little swirls and shapes. But yeah. I saw an ad for a puzzle the other day that was like iridescent, so the color constantly changed as you look at it. Oh gosh. Yeah, that does seem like a hard mode puzzle. See, this is the opposite. I want this to be an easy mode puzzle. And so I'm kind of going over it with like a or I will go over it with a fine-tooth comb, kind of making sure that like there aren't too many spots that are just like dark. Like right now, this compared to this, compared to that, compared to way over here, all is just dark, right? This is all just dark. It's all same color green. Very uninteresting. I don't really want that, you know? If I sign my name on it, which I will, that will actually be part of the puzzle. So we will get like, you know, my name down here, which will actually help because that's gonna that'll be part of the puzzle of like, oh, okay, the name will be a thing. So, you know, I'm basically trying to make it not too bad. But yeah. Anyway, that's kind of the recap of today. We've done a lot of we did quite a bit of work. We went from here to here, which doesn't really seem like a lot. Maybe it does. But yeah, I think it'll be a fun puzzle illustration once I'm done. I got a lot to do on it still. But yeah, I guess stay tuned. Not stay tuned. What's the word? Stay something? I don't know. Stay cool. Anyway, I never sign your images. I guess I rarely finish anything. Yeah, I mean, I like to sign it just because I typically slap it up on you know, Instagram or Twitter, and you never know if someone's just gonna like right click, save, repost somewhere. Stay frosty, yeah, something like that. Stay somethings. But yeah, I typically do put my name on things, or I try to, if I'm gonna post it somewhere that I think someone could repost it. I don't try to like hide it. I just want it so that if somebody finds it, they can find me if they think it's cool. Like I don't. It's not about like, you know, marking it so that somebody, like if somebody wanted, they can remove my signature. Like I'm not allowing them to, but if they wanted to, they could. Right? I could do it if I found your image and your signature was on it. I could just bring in the paint, erase it, and cover it up, and it, you know, no one would be, no one would know. But I wouldn't ever do that. That would just be bad. Don't ever do that. But yeah, my goal with a signature is just so like people can Google me if they ever see my image. If they see it out of context, they can find me. Especially for something like this, right, where it's an illustration. Maybe somebody wants, you know, maybe I say, oh, here's a puzzle design or something, and somebody's like, oh, this is cool. Who made this image? Because maybe somebody reposts it on Reddit or something. And at least as long as it has my name, you know, somebody could see it and Google this name and they'd be able to find me. That's my goal with the signature. That's really it. Anyway, take care, everybody. Thanks again for being here. I appreciate you. It means a lot. We are going to go find somebody to raid. I don't know who's online, but we will surely find somebody worth raiding. I think next stream, on Monday, we are not going to continue this. I guess we could vote for it or something, but I am not convinced that's what we're going to do. But we are going to go to Skittle, because he is cool. Let's see, no, we didn't raid Skittle last time. So yeah, this will work. So thank you all. Here's the raid call.